Happy Monday night. Got a lot to talk through, a lot to discuss, and I want to see what your guys' opinions are for your whiskeys of the year, your top 10 whiskeys of the year, what you've tried. Um, so just to clarify, with the top 10 whiskeys, there are no single. Well, let's just say there are no single barrels really, and then I'm trying to exclude that from this list anyway, for right now. So, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Not sure how I want to go about it yet. I've probably had enough single barrels this year to do maybe a top 10, top 5 single barrels as well. But we'll see. We'll see what it comes down to. But cheers, everyone. Thanks for hopping in here tonight, guys. Let me say hi to a couple folks here. Whiskey Uncensored got a fresh crack right down the middle. Cheers, man. Randall Erickson, cheers, my friend. Good to see you. Top Dog, cheers. Good to see you, buddy. I got my Sticky Icky. I won in the Veterans Day raffle. Pretty darn good. First time I ever had Backbone, but definitely not the last. Yeah, man. They put out some great stuff, man. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate that. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate that. Big Vic's in the house. Cheers, buddy. Good to see you. Slap Shot. What's going on, man? Bourbon Jerk. Cheers. Good to see you, buddy. EJ. Cheers, man. Good to see you. Josh Fritz. What's going on, man? Good to see you. Bourbon Kitty. Cheers. Douglas Papa. What's up, man? How you doing, buddy? Richie Z. Cheers, Dan. Whiskey friends. Hit that like. Way into the chat. Cheers, Richie. Good to see you, bud. Sean Hopebury. What's up, man? How you doing, bud? You should have got your sample, or it's going to be to you any day now. So, this number keeps calling me. I'm not going to answer it. Russell, cheers. Good to see you. JH is in the house. Cheers, Jay. Good to see you. Tom Morrow. There we go. Good to see you, my friend. We're going to be tasting through the samples that you sent. So once we kind of get into that, if you just kind of want to, put in the chat like what I'm looking at, if there's any kind of mash bills or anything like that, and let me know the order you want me to taste them in. I know there is there's a select batch. There is the small batch, the bloodlines, and then the private batch. So just let me know, Tom, which order you would like me to taste these in. Ron Miles, what's up, man? You zoomed out off the center, just giving you. All right, buddy. So sorry about that. Maybe because I was doing this. Maybe, I don't know. Not sure. Ron, I need to connect with you though. I'll send you a message on Instagram. It's about February in Green River. I'm going to message you. But cheers, Rob. Thanks for popping in, man. Tater Dom's in the house. Cheers, buddy. Tom Shanley's here. Your Slap Shot. Russell. We got some people slowly rolling in here. Please do bloodlines. Bloodlines. Whoops.
Hey.
Let me see if you want to set this up differently. There we go.
How's it going, man?
How are you?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Good, man. Doing good. Got a lot to cover through here tonight. But yeah. So we're gonna taste through some of this. This number keeps calling me. I don't know what's going on. This limestone. Where was it? Bloodlines, the select, the small batch, and then the private. Okay. So the bloodlines, the select batch, the small batch, and then the private select. Got it. All right. Ramos, consider February done. Let's book it in this week. It is it is booked, Ron. I will. Like I said, I'll message you on Instagram. Would love to have you there. Rams. What you guys sipping on? What you starting with? Cheers, Shayla. Good to see you.
Nothing quite yet. I think Katie's pulling out some samples.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, tonight we're gonna be diving into these samples here. I got a couple bottles I'd like to kind of crack open and then kind of get the discussion going on some top 10 contenders
Nice.
for this year. So yeah, a lot of things to cover. I still have some whiskeys to review that I'm falling behind on, but I still have this Found North sample here I have to review. I haven't reviewed that yet.
Which one?
The batch 10.
Batch 10?
Nice.
Yeah, I just haven't gotten around to doing the review, but I still have 2 Middle West spirits. Actually, 3 Middle West spirits. Well, 2. I filmed the one I just haven't released yet. The Cast Strength series.
Oh yeah, that was awesome. You got him, and great
yeah,
presentation from them.
Yes, that was beautiful. The Wild Turkey 70th, I still have that. That's one that I was going to crack tonight.
Yeah, there's downstairs of that.
Yeah, so there's a handful of stuff. Steve Scone, cheers, man. Good to see you. That Limestone Private Batch is the bomb. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out, Gandy Road.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing that with Marty and Tom over at the Bourbon Jerk tomorrow.
Nice.
We're gonna do a live with the samples that
Cool.
we received.
Yeah.
Live review of them.
Yep.
Try to get as many channels involved as possible and have fun.
Yep. Nothing wrong with that. Tommy D, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. Drifting Drams. Can't wait to Limestone Farms tomorrow. Yeah, it's gonna be great. I know Tom's in the chat right now too, so he told me which order to try these in, and that's what we're gonna do. So we're all caught up here in chat. Let's get this thing started. Let me first pour something to get my. Let me see. You know what? We're gonna do a fresh crack first. And guys, if you can do me a favor out there, guys, send some good vibes out to Adam Shelton. He is not feeling the best right now.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
Yeah.
We have that bottle from him too. We haven't cracked ours yet.
Yeah, the bottle of mine. Yeah, I figure I'll start with this one.
Yeah, herpes is a bitch.
Huh?
I said herpes is a bitch.
Poor Adam. That's all he had to do was just say it, All he had to do is say it.
I hope he's watching.
He's gonna be cursing you.
No.
Adam doesn't
I hope he's doing all right. So just send some good vibes to the Shelton guys if you can, please. Well, that smells good. All right.
Where's that pick from? That's a Bubble and Bond, right?
That's
Yeah, it smells like
That's the Bill's pick.
banana bread.
Yeah, that's the one we have. It's downstairs on the bench.
All right, let's pour this a little bit of this guy, and then we're gonna get into the Limestone Farm samples.
Yeah.
So this is Sazerac Barrel Select from Bill's Package Store. It's the Bottled and Bond 1792. There we go. So that's what we're going to crack here tonight. We're going to sip on this to start. Cheers, everyone. Happy Monday night, y'all.
Cheers.
Cheers, everybody. So this sample was just entitled Minute 4.
So it's NBC. These are the some of the remainders of the samples from Paul P. Before we did our Dusty Dan pick, the Dusty Dan pick in February, he sent us some NBC picks that he thought were silly good at the time, and we drank half of them because he was generous and gave us 2 ounces. So now we're going back to revisit them.
Nice.
Oh man,
this has a. It's interesting. There is some banana in here for sure.
I mean, it wouldn't be 1792 if there wasn't.
Yeah. Wow.
Banana or fire.
Banana or fire. Taylor
Yeah.
Johnson, I'll be trying out a sample this year's Midwinter Nice Dram in a few minutes. Richie, nice. Okay. What's everybody sipping on, guys? Taylor Johnson's got a Green River foolproof. Oh, yeah. It tastes so different from the shelfer. Yeah, JH, I've had, to be honest with you, I haven't had a ton of the bottled and bond picks, but I do know that the pick that I did have definitely tastes different from a shelfer. So it's got a great nose to it. Ed Williams, what's up, buddy?
It's really interesting to me doing barrel picks of a bottled and bond product.
I agree.
Because
I agree.
it's just a single barrel, right? Anything
Yep.
can be bottled and bond if it's a single barrel, as long as it's 4 years old.
That's good. Actually, it drinks a little hotter than 100 proof, I feel.
That's what Adam was saying to us.
Is that what he said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely drinks a little spicy. So Steven Scone is actually drinking Old Dominic Cask Strength. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Their
Okay.
cask strength is pretty delicious.
Yeah.
Tom Shanley, don't know yet. It smells like a bourbon. Joseph Magnus Cigar Blend. Nice. There we go. Which batch?
Did you want me to go get the laundry?
Yeah, it's not on the bench over there.
All right, be right back.
That's good. That is good. All right, that's a good palate cleanser.
A good warm-up pour.
The minutes
Yeah.
with the finish on it. The palate's a little weak, but the finish on it's
Look at that. This thing keeps my water nice and cold right here.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. We thought you would enjoy that thing.
Oh, yeah. All right. All right, guys. So we're going to get into, Dan, I dared to add several drops of Crown Royal salted caramel to the Green River. It cut right through the palate. Richie. Oh, God. Roscoe B. Coltrane. What's up, man? Good to see you, my friend. Cracking the Green River foolproof OHL Cube. Nice, JH. Very nice. What's the proof on that one, Jay? Batch 153. Okay. So didn't Nancy say that some of the newer batches were still going to be, really, really good? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Some of the newer batches are going to be really killer here over the next, few months.
JG's in the house. Cheers, buddy. Whiskey cheese. Salted caramel goes great with a hot chocolate as well. That sounds good, EJ. 129 proof Green River. Nice, man. Very nice. I'm so excited to go there in February. I'm so excited to go there in February.
Yeah, man.
Can't wait to see what they got. I was talking with Ron here in the chat, and I'm going to message him on IG and have him come down too. So
Awesome.
that'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. I can't wait. All right, guys, so we're going to get into these Limestone Farms samples that were sent to me by gentleman Tom Morrow, and this is the order that he wants me to drink them in. So we're going to start with the Bloodlines. I don't have a lot of information about these, and I think he might drop some information here in the chat. The Bloodlines is a Kentucky straight bourbon. It is 95 proof. And on the bottom here, it says bringing heritage home.
So I'll read, as Tom puts info in, I'll read it just so you can focus on the samples.
Perfect. I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
So first off, he said, don't hold back. We want honest feedback as it helps us grow.
Okay.
But he said the mash bill is 78 corn, 13 rye, 9 barley.
78, 13, 9.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 78, 13, 9. All right, let's get into this bad boy. Let's see what we got. And this is a Kentucky straight bourbon. Okay.
Yeah, we did have a pour of one of the Limestone Farm bottles at David and Jamie's at Whiskey Rose Place.
Oh, they had some?
They had the special one.
Yeah, I forget what the label was, but it was real good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. How did I miss that? Shit.
I don't know.
Yeah, you might have
You
gone
might have.
upstairs.
Well, you might have had it and not realized what it was.
Right.
So I feel like David was passing it around to everybody.
We only use Kentucky juice. Okay. All right. Blend of 6 and 9-year-old barrels. Okay. It's very sweet. It's very, very sweet on the nose. Very sweet. It has a it's like a I don't know, like a honeysuckle or something on there.
Okay.
It's giving me like this slight kind of like a sweet kind of like a floral nose too. Very, very sweet. Some nice cinnamon, nutmeg notes in there. I like the nose on this Bloodlines. This is what, 95 proof? Okay. Cheers, y'all.
Cheers, cheers. Still smelling.
But yeah, Tom said it was the private stock that Whiskey Row had, and he said
Okay.
they had his favorite reaction.
Private stock whiskey. Ooh. So the nose and the palate are very similar. Very, very sweet. It's funny. Richie was kind of saying that like a salted caramel, and that's almost kind of like what I get. It's not like a salty, like a briny, but something in here. Well, there's a little bit of orange that kind of pops up on the palate afterwards. I definitely say it drinks its proof. It definitely drinks its proof at 95. There's an underlying kind of fruit note to this. Like when I first sipped it, it was very kind of like almost like I said, a salted kind of caramel, and then as that kind of faded away, it's like this layer of like fruit kind of just like rose up from like my palate, and it's kind of covering the palate now. It's kind of like an orangish cherry a little bit. Good.
That's cool to get fruit at such a low proof.
Yeah.
Normally at lower proofs, I don't pull fruit out of whiskey.
No, this is well. You know what? You know what almost reminds me of is some of those like the lower proof Blue Note.
Oh,
that's almost kind of what this reminds me of a little bit. How you do get those fruit notes in the blue. Like the standard Blue Note is fantastic.
It is.
That's kind of what this is giving me a vibe of. But it's just like the initial flavor, like that kind of like salty kind of caramel, if that's what you want to call it. That kind of faded quickly, but then like I said, that fruitiness, like that orange cherry kind of mixture there, kind of like popped up on the palate.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I mean, Blue Note, well, Green River would make sense for the 6-year mark, you know, if they're using that as their base.
They didn't say what they're using, right?
No, but Tom did say it's all Kentucky.
all Kentucky.
Okay. David Smith, cheers, man. Good to see you. The bourbon drink, cheers, different drams. There we go. Thank you, Richie, for dropping that. I appreciate it. Paul P, what's up, man? Oh, it's the faces of my kids. Cheers, man. Good to see you. Sandeep Chima, what's up, bud? Cheers to you, man. Yeah, that fruit note, like that initial kind of salty kind of caramel goes away, and then all of a sudden it's just like the leftover, like the almost like the residue of like an orange kind of cherry, just kind of sits there on the palate. That's good. That's good whiskey. I like it. What's the MSRP on that one? The Bloodlines.
Let's see.
Anyone know?
Okay, so I don't, but Tom did say, so it's bean, turkey, wilderness trail, new riff, etc. They're blending using premium Kentucky only juices. And so MSRP is $59.99.
Okay.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. That is a bottle that I would buy. Ethan only knows how to pull fruit from a tree. Sugar Kitty, cheers. I don't even have to try. My head knocks it right off. Bean, wild turkey, wilderness trail, new riff. We blend using. Okay, I like that. Can't forget the taller guy than me. Paul P. Paul P. is taller than you, right?
No, I think Ethan's a little bit.
Yeah, I think I
taller
barely
than...
got him, but that's
Right,
probably
so
because he's old and he shrank.
Yeah, the only person that's taller than you is
Girth.
Girth. Yeah.
Yeah, Girth is taller than Ethan.
Yeah.
So I am doing a bottle crack here.
Okay.
This is 1845 Distilling Company. It's out of Lowry Crossing, Texas. It's not far from WOTY, Brian Wood's Ed's friend, right?
Mhm.
And he was nice enough to send us a bottle. We actually need to send him some stuff back. We're slow because we've been traveling so much. Sorry, Woody, if you see this. We haven't forgotten. But I've been stoked to try some of this stuff because it's a super small distillery, and it's 4-year high proof juice.
What's the proof on it?
114, I think.
Okay.
But good color, but not concerning, right?
It's a
It's
great
not
color.
like the Balcones where I'm worried that it's going to taste like tar.
Yeah.
No offense, Balcones, I guess.
Ethan was wearing lifts or was it his high heels?
Hey, don't mess with my stilettos.
Yeah, guys. So you heard Tom on this one. Again, MSRP $59.99, and then the barrels that they're using to blend and put that stuff together: the Wilderness Trail, the New Riff, the Bean, the Turkey. So this is good. I mean, I would buy a bottle of that. I like that. It's good. All right, we are going to move on to this is the select batch. This one is 111 proof. And I think he'll probably drop some information on here.
Yep, I'm watching.
And it's funny because the color on these, they get darker as you go down. I think the bloodline was definitely the lightest. Yeah. Yep.
So same mash bill, 78.13.9.
78.13.9. All right, let's get into this bad boy. What's everybody else drinking? I saw a couple people. What's everybody else got in the glass, guys? Interested in the combo of distilleries and the blend? Yeah. I'm right there with you. I was trying to think, in my mind think like what distillery could this be from? Having that super fruit forward like residue like after kind of like that little bit of salty kind of caramel there on the palate, but blend of more 9-year than 6-year barrels in this one. Okay. All right. Cheers, Darrell. Good to see you, bud.
Yeah,
Cheers, Darrell. And Vic. Vic hopped in chat. He's drinking water. He must be
Drinking water.
He must be still working.
Dry night, about to tear into a ribeye. Nice, Tommy D. There you go. Now we're talking. Green River in the glass says Top Dog. Okay.
Paul P's also drinking
wow.
Green River. Looks like Russ is sipping on Hard Truth Bottled and Bond Weeder.
Nice. Ed Williams sipping on that Drifting Drams Mexican decaf. He loves that stuff.
Oh yeah, he does.
He loves that stuff.
Him and Vic.
Yeah, he was drinking that the other night when Vic was, or was it that night? I can't remember. But he was drinking it recently. I know that.
I want to see what you think of this.
Bourbon School. Cheers. Good to see you.
Cheers, Brian.
Yeah, cheers, Brian.
This has more of a baking spice forward nose than the last one. I feel like I don't know if it's like some of the oakiness, like the spiciness from that. Way more baking spice forward on the nose on this one. Could be that the older whiskeys inside too. So let's get the palate, y'all. Cheers. Oh yeah. Okay.
You got a little proof there, or?
Yeah, definitely a little proofy. So what was the rye content on that? 13?
13. Yep. Spicier than
it is. It's definitely spicier, but it's not. It is spicier, but I don't think it's it's spicier from the proof, not from the like. there's so I was getting more baking spices on the nose, but it's again that's like a reflection of the palate as well. There's a lot more baking spices on this, a lot more spiciness from like the oak in here. I get a little like a very little bit of a little bit of some leather notes in here. It's not a lot. Kind of some of those underlying like those underlying notes, maybe some of those like secondary type notes. But the baking spices are all over the place on this one. It's way more cinnamon forward than the bloodlines. I can tell you that. A little bit more of that nutmeg, like some allspice kind of in there too. It's like a whole just big mixture of baking spices on this one. See, there's that fruitiness again, though. There's that fruitiness again. It's so weird. It doesn't. I don't get it initially. It's like after it finishes, it like it's like it like seeps back out of my tongue. It's so weird. A lot again. There's that orange and there's that cherry in there. But more baking spices, definitely a little bit more of that proof, a little bit more oak in there as well.
Oh, nice.
Ryan H., cheers, man. Good to see you.
So this is an interesting parallel, Dan. Apparently, that all that tote whiskey that we saw a few years back now,
Yeah.
it was 78.5, 13, 8.5.
Interesting. Okay.
That's interesting.
That is interesting. Huh. So Tom, what is the Roscoe P. Coltrane drinking a Jack Daniel's single barrel proof rye? Very nice. So he said that this one has a little bit older whiskey in it, and I can definitely get that on the nose and on the palate. The mash bill was the same.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. I mean, it's odd because it makes sense because they kind of drank the same outside of the proof. Like the notes were the tasting notes were a little bit different. There was more baking spice forward on there, but that like orange kind of cherry mixture that just like seeps back out was identical to the bloodlines. I like that. Paul P., will you try 15-year wild turkey pick at Barrels and Brew right now? Bourbon Bill, cheers. Good to see you, man. What are we thinking for whiskey of the year? I don't know, man. We gotta talk about that. I mean, there's some stuff that's definitely up there. I'll tell you that. So I'll show you a good handful of stuff that's definitely in the running for me right now. I mean, the year's not done. There's still some of the allocated stuff that's coming out, but I mean, we'll see. I'm definitely detecting some fruitiness. I think you guys got those bottles to pick up and send a close friend of ours. Green River Single Barrel Kroger number 2 pick was the best one I've had so far. Really good, says Roscoe Beagle Train. Tamara, yes. Okay. All right. Next one is 7813.9. Okay, so same. Dan Mystery Pour is a Joseph A. Magnus Batch 117. Nice, Tom. Very nice. Burn Bill, it's not allocated. He'll be drinking a very good, possibly in about 5 to 10 minutes. So that's what this next one. Whiskey of the Year is my last pick. I did 15-year copper and cask, 9-year. Oh, my, okay.
Oh, heck
right.
yeah.
All right, so let's move on to Tom. What is the MSRP on this select batch? So in my opinion, this is. I don't want to say it's more. I don't want to say it's elevated. I like there's certain qualities to this Bloodlines that I liked better than this. There's certain qualities in this one that I like better than the Bloodlines. So both really good.
$99.
How much?
$99.
99. Okay. And that's more 8-year in it, right?
9. More 9
years.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, price-wise, it's pretty spot on.
My 4 favorite people on screen or in chat: DD the Turks Top Dog. Beware Top Dog's picks; they break the bank so good. Here, buddy, good to see you, man. I'll be getting your box out here now that you're back home. All right, we're diving into the. So this is the small batch. This one comes in at 113.6 proof. Definitely a little bit darker on this one than the last one. This is clean. Actually, you know what? I'm going to save that for the last one. Let me pour some water in this here real quick. Give it a good shaking. All right.
So I got to say, anybody who's near Lowry Crossing over in Texas, I assume it's somewhere near Dallas. Wow. Do not sleep on 1845.
It's really good.
Like,
So, what kind of notes are you getting from it?
So it's super, super sweet, right? Like it's got a grainy note, but
it's almost like bubblicious to me.
Yeah, I get a little bit of bubblegum, but for me, that graininess almost becomes like if you took like cereal and just drenched it in maple syrup.
Ooh, okay. You got some maple on there then.
Yeah. It's like you get I get the grain, and about the time I'm like, maybe it's too much. It just goes so sweet for me.
It's almost like sugar smacks too.
I could see that.
Sugar smacks. Oh my god!
That's what I described.
Ooh, the nose on that smells good. Wow. The nose on that is very. It's very rich. It's very dense. Wow.
I'm having to use some real willpower to not go grab ours from downstairs.
This actually gives me vibes. It's like a mix. This gives me vibes of like a Payday crossed with a Twix.
Ooh.
So there is a slight little bit of nuttiness to it, but again, it's one of those kind of secondary like aromas. Like it's like it's not dominant. Because some of that like the dense kind of rich caramel and like there's some chocolate in there. They're kind of dominating over top of the nuttiness on this one, but it's still there.
So on this one, Tom said the small batch is the same mash bill, $78.13.9. It's got $139 MSRP, and it's a blend of 8 and 9-year-old barrels.
You know, surprisingly, I don't get a lot of oakiness on the nose on this one. It's more dominated by that just sweet kind of gooey caramel, subtle kind of nuttiness on there. A slight little bit of some toffee notes. That's like one of those secondary notes.
Okay.
There's definitely some layers to this one.
Toffee's a great note, man.
I love toffee. I don't get that on a lot of things, but when I do, I like it. All right. Cheers, y'all.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's good. So, this one lingers on a little bit longer than the last two. So this has the same amount of spiciness. So not as much baking spice forward on this one. I feel like the proof has hit me a little bit harder on this one. What's the proof on this one? 113. I feel like the proof's hit me a little bit harder on this one than the 111. And it's not as baking spice dominant. I'm getting more like of the richness from the flavors on this one. They're a little more concentrated, and it has a much longer finish than the other two by far. The finish on this one is medium to long, a little bit on the longer side.
And that's saying something too, because you said it only went up 2 proof points, right? But the
Yeah.
finish is that much longer.
Only 2 proof points, and I'm not getting a lot of oakiness on this one for being what it was, an 8 and 9-year-old whiskey.
Yep, 8 and 9.
I'm not getting a lot of oakiness on there. It's again, I think the concentrated kind of flavors are kind of masking. They're masking the oak that's on here. I mean, if I really kind of sat and dug deep, I'm sure there'd be some oak notes to come out. But it's kind of masked. But one thing I'm not getting is a lot of those fruit notes that I was getting on the first 2. Not yet. I mean, not on the first sip, but maybe on the second. Let's see.
Here's Mark, Northwest Bourbons in chat.
Yeah, cheers, Mark. Yeah, I wonder if the blending in the older stuff that like they've done is kind of masking some of that fruitiness, some of that brightness.
No, it's there. So I think the proofiness definitely died down on that second sip, and that was that was kind of hiding and masking the fruitiness on this one. It's not as in your face and like pronounced as the 11-year and the Bloodlines, where it was really kind of like it saturated my tongue and it was kind of like that. But you definitely get a little bit of that, but it's more on the mid to back palate in through the finish. Like it's kind of dragging a little bit of that fruitiness down. It's more so an orange than it is a cherry.
Okay.
It's slightly drying on the sides of the palate and the soft palate like up at the top, but I like it. I like it because like there's still kind of like a spiciness that's kind of lingering across my tongue and it's making my mouth water, if that makes sense, but it's still kind of drying on the sides and then the roof. It's weird. It's playing around with the palate a little bit, but that's an interesting. I'm gonna pour one more sip of that really quick.
Yeah, it sounds like an awesome blend then.
Yeah. All right, just a little bit more. Let me see. I want to see if I get any more of that fruitiness or some. I'm still not really getting that much oak on this. It's being masked by some of those more, let's say, like the concentrated flavors on this. Sorry, guys, I'm not paying attention to chat. I apologize. Dave Vogel saying, "Cheers, man. Good to see you." Gandy Road. Mark, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, my friend. Sorry if I missed you on chat, editing and uploading. No worries, man. Sugar smacks the addictive whiskey. Travis Robeson, cheers, my friend. Good to see you, buddy. Bourbon jerk, might look good. Even folks, give me a smack. Sure, kidding. Let's see, you're going up in proof, flavor, and price as you move forward. Okay. Wait till he tries a private reserve. Way to do unique. Okay. Let's see here. Absolutely nothing wrong with your description. Does anyone else have a cigarette? All right. Let me get this last sip here. Let's see. See, now I get like the sweet oak on the nose. Now I get some sweet oak on the nose. On the nose. But it's further away. It's almost Rickhousey a little bit. So as I sip this more and more, those underlying kind of fruit flavors do start to come about. They're not as pronounced as the last two. It's still kind of there, but it's more so on the mid to back in through the finish, as it's kind of pulling down. Not as many baking spices on this one. Still not getting a lot of oakiness on this one. This is a tricky little whiskey here. It's I like it. It just kind of plays around with the palate a little bit. Still drying on the sides and then the soft palate up at the top, but yet those spices are still kind of making my mouth water, which is really weird, but I like that one. And what's the MSRP on this one?
You said it was $139.99.
139. Okay. All right. Now we are going to get into this is the private batch. This one is 113.6. 56. Yeah. Yep. 113.6. Okay.
Okay.
And what are the stats on this one? Good Lord, I can't even open this thing.
So he said this one is 70 corn, 10% honeyed wheat, 10% honeyed malted barley, and 10% distiller's malt.
All right, timeout. Let me put that on the screen.
And then this one has $189 MSRP.
Okay, I like the color on this one.
Yeah. I think this is the one we tried.
Okay.
Yep.
Because the mash bill sounds familiar.
And it was, oh yeah, it's good.
See what we got. All right, so 70 corn, 10% honeyed wheat, 10% honeyed malted barley, 10% distiller's malt. Okay. I don't know if I've ever had anything with honeyed wheat in it before.
It almost sounds like a Chattanooga mash bill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was going to say one of those experimental blends.
Yep.
Huh. All right.
But somebody in Kentucky is doing one too.
Oh, man, that nose is good. It's like honey and chocolate, and there's like a bright fruit to it. Maybe a little bit of like some red apple on the nose.
Okay.
Boy, that is interesting. Definitely some red apple, 100%. 100% some red apple for sure. Honeyed red apple.
So the fruitiness is back.
Yeah, dude, there's a lot of there's a lot of apple on the nose on this. There's honey. The further into the glass, it's more of the apple and that honey, but there's some chocolate there too. I'm guessing that's probably more from the malt. How many different malts are in here? Honey malted barley and then distiller's malt. 10% distiller's malt.
Yeah, technically too, I guess. That honeyed wheat, though, I'd almost consider a malt. It being honeyed like that.
The nose is like sweet and savory, and there is definitely some red apple on the nose on this. Wow. All right. Yeah, it's like honey. It's like you dip like a honey crisp apple in a little bit of honey. That's what I'm getting on the nose, with a little bit of chocolate drizzle. It's a good nose. Cheers, y'all. Oh boy.
Oh man, you were one step away from like a cartoon.
What the fuck? That's a roller coaster of a whiskey right there, man. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm in a very interesting note on this, man, and I like rarely get it on whiskey. It almost reminds me of so a little bit of that apple comes through, but it almost reminds me of like a little bit of like some cotton candy.
Ooh.
It's like this. It's like a honey apple cotton candy. What the hell did I just drink? Mm. Wow. So a couple things. So number one, it drinks below its proof. I'm not. I would say this doesn't even drink like 108 at like around that range. I'm not getting a lot of baking spices on it. This is more like very rich and concentrated flavors, like the other one was, just not as spicy. I think this small batch had some spice to it. This does not have a lot of spice to it, and I think it's allowing more of those like concentrated flavors to kind of expose themselves a little bit more, if that makes sense. Like that subtle kind of hint of like cotton candy and red apple and honey. A slight little bit of like some honey roasted peanut there on the back end as it kind of flows down into the finish. But the finish on this one is long. This is a long finish on this one. And it has a weird, and I don't know what it is. It's a weird kind of citrusy note. It's almost like a little bit more of a lime than a lemon. It's really weird. Right on the tip of the tongue and like right on the side.
Tom says it's 8 years, aged 8 years.
And how much is a bottle of this?
$189, I think it was.
Yep.
Was MSRP on it.
And where do we find a bottle of this?
I know.
I think.
Don't they have
Apple, I think you can get it directly from them, but I'm sure Tom will tell us.
I don't know what kind of voodoo went into that blend, but man, you talk about something that's unique. Like that is, I couldn't tell you the last time I ever got notes like that on anything. Like a honey apple chocolate, a little bit of like the sweetness of like a cotton candy. But it's crazy because it doesn't drink 113 proof at all. At all.
Douglas Papa said on their site is where you can get it.
Man, that is like lip smacking. That is good. That is very good. So going back in, so what I do like about it is a lot of the flavors are consistent. However, I am starting to pick up a little bit of some oakiness on this one, and it's on the back of the palate, the very back of the palate, as it pulls down into the finish. Still a very interesting kind of citrusy note on the front and sides, and then you get like there's that honey and there's a little bit of apple and there's like this weird kind of cotton candy note that just comes out of nowhere, and then it goes into this oakiness as it kind of flows down. That is, man, wow. That's a premium price bottle, says Richie C. Yeah. This one had Jamie and David freaking out. I love that video. Yeah, this is really good. This actually kind of took me by surprise. I don't think I've ever had a whiskey with a flavor profile like this before. It's very kind of off the wall, if that's what you want to call it. I mean, for a blend, right? When you're pulling out like a honey and an apple and then a cotton candy and then an oak and then like a little bit of chocolate and this weird kind of citrusy thing. Like there's a lot going on. It's complex. It's layered. I like the mouthfeel on this one. It didn't give me that drying kind of like sensation that the other one did, even though I like that. Almost a little velvety on this one. Man, it's good. Tom, thank you for these samples. I'm gonna be hunting down one of these, maybe a couple of these actually. Good stuff. Yeah, man, that is good. I hope it didn't ruin your guys' sample experience.
Oh no.
No, I'm
ready
over here.
Yeah,
so.
I'm ready to dive into them. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is that honey malted barley. Yeah, some of the stuff. I mean, like I said, I've never heard of a honeyed wheat either. Like, I don't think I've ever had anything with honeyed wheat in it. But you know what I was thinking? Like with that, I don't know what was the percentage of wheat in there? The honeyed wheat,
10.
18, 10.
Yep.
18 or 10.
70, 10, 10, 10.
Yeah, usually with like, and I remember like sometimes with the Middle West Spirit stuff, some of their weeded stuff, like I mean, weeded stuff obviously is very soft on the palate, fruit forward. I wondered if that's kind of where that apple, the little bit of that apple is coming from, is from that honeyed wheat, and then you're getting the honey on top of that, like the sweetness of that honey. This is good, Tom. I don't know. It's really good.
Yeah, it sounds LE worthy to me, and if that's what I remember from Jamie and David's, it definitely was.
Man, that is good, man. Holy moly. I mean, the finish on this one just kind of just goes on and like so yes, the flavors are very consistent on this, but there's also this kind of like evolving kind of thing going on the palate, and it's not so much the flavors that are kind of changing, but it's the position and where I'm getting the flavors from on the palate, which is very odd because typically they come across the same part of the palate, but now they're kind of like it's like switching up a little bit. This is really good. Tom, thank you so much for these samples. I'm going to be searching some of these out. So thank you, man. Very much appreciated. Cheers to you. That's great.
Oh,
I approve private stock of one of the top pours of the year, where says Ryan H. Ryan, you are not. I think you're far from that, man. That's Steven. Yeah, that apple on there, man. That one kind of threw me through a loop. I was very surprised by that. Viking Bourbon, cheers. Good to see you. Dan, one of my whiskey of the year is the Backbone Steak. Yeah, he poured some. Nice. I cannot agree more. At least 5 channels also agree. Yeah, Tom, that's a damn good whiskey, man. Tom R, send it quick, please. I need to start a YouTube channel as we to score some samples. It keeps changing. It does keep changing. It's like a lot of, like I said, the flavors are very consistent. But it's like the position of where I'm tasting them is changing. So it's like hitting the palate different. It's very, very weird. I'd love to get a bottle and have a little bit of some airtime on it just to see how that kind of changes and plays around with it. So I think I'll be searching for probably 2 of these. So Cameron calls it crushable. Okay. 88 years, 189. We'll be doing our live stream, our live zone farm samples video on Sunday. Pretty excited to promote. Yes, absolutely. Let me put that on there. Come on. There we go. Beach Sand Bourbon. On their site. Paul P. Tommy also plays a triangle, so yeah. Paul P. says he can't play a triangle. You can order it off the website. Okay. Who's that voodoo like you do? Should have been an email time sent where to buy. Shipped to all states. Okay. Man, I got way far behind on the chat, guys. I'm sorry. I shared some of Evernorth a few weeks ago, got a similar reaction. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that is Cali Drams. Cheers, bro. Good to see you. Stone Fruit Stand. Yes, that's what I was saying, Tom. Like that, mainly more so on the two. Like, I mean, I was getting like it was like an orange kind of cherry thing going on there, which almost made me think like maybe it was some Green River stuff because like I get that on like the low proof blue notes, like that kind of fruit forwardness. But to Ethan's point, sometimes higher proofed whiskey kind of masks the fruitiness of a whiskey. But I was really getting a lot of fruitiness on these first 2. But definitely more like some of the orchard fruits and stuff. Like they're really, really good. Cherry, that's what I was saying. Yeah, the cherry cordial, man. Like Yeah, the chocolate came out, I think, on the second to last one. That the small batch, I think I got a little bit of chocolate on, and then this one. Yeah, I'm glad I still have some of that left. Dan, what do you think it is? Well, I mean, he said it's a blend of like Wilderness Trail, New Riff, Turkey, and what was the other one? New Riff, Wilderness Trail, Turkey, and something else. I can't remember. Whiskey. Do I have a comparison? To be honest with you, I don't really have a comparison for this private batch. There's some very, very unique flavors that come from this that I can't really compare anything to. Again, I don't get a lot of apple and things at all. On top of that, like getting like a honey crisp apple with like it dipped in some honey, and then like a cotton candy kind of like sweetness, like a very kind of subtle cotton candy note. Like I can't really compare that to anything that I could think of. I mean, it's almost like if you were to taste this blind and not know it wasn't finished, you would think it's finished, just because of the flavor profile that it has. You would think that it's like finished in like an Armagnac or a cognac or something like that to get those kind of flavors, but it's not. So it's very hard to kind of compare that to. Like for me, the bloodlines. I mean, you could kind of compare that to like a Blue Note. I think this is probably a little bit better than a Blue Note. I think it's more fruit forward than a Blue Note. You definitely get more of that, like kind of like residual kind of fruit on there more so than the Blue Note. But that's kind of what was giving me the idea, like the thought that it may have been a Green River. But 70, 10, 10, 10. Okay. Curious to know what that pour is. Tom, anything coming out in the next few months? Hopefully opening our distillery. Nice. 4 2,500-gallon pot stills, second largest in the world behind Woodford. Dang. Okay.
Yeah. Generally, hearing pot stills makes me a little bit nervous, but from that private stock, I'm kind of excited.
Yeah. In 2027, we'll have 2 hotels, housing, and a 4,000-seat amphitheater. Wow.
That's incredible.
Was he saying? I agree with you. The private stock is killer. It is very good. And I mean, maybe I'm the only one that got apple on it, like the apple honey, but it is very kind of in your face. So it's great. Like I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna get a bottle of it. It's that good. It's that good. Holding out on until I try it. Different Drams. Are you sipping along with Dan? No, I don't think they're drinking those samples.
No, not tonight.
I want to, but
yes, and then thank you, Drift and Drams, and looking forward to tomorrow as well. Yes, Tom, thank you so much for hanging out here and chatting and putting all that information in there. Greatly appreciate it. I think you guys are on to something really good. So definitely keep that up, and I'll be getting one of those bottles sent to me after I buy it, man. So thank you, greatly appreciate it. John Kranz, cheers, John Kranz. Good to see you. Turks, what are you guys sipping on now?
I still have a little bit of that 1845, and I think Ethan poured a Knob Creek store
yeah,
pick.
I've got an old 11 and a half year Knob Store Creek. Knob Store Creek? Yeah, Knob Creek Store Pick.
Jay South, cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
You got far behind. It's okay. That pour sounds. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm way far behind. Imperial Beverage is our Michigan distributor here. Okay, so you guys are okay. Got it. No, the private is. Goodness gracious, private stock is totally different. Compare them to Safari bottles. There's $300 MSRP and nearly identical. as they share the same mashable private stock as 111 cheaper and beat Safari side by side. Okay. Shred, what's up, bud? Good to see you. We'll keep blending after we start making orange. Absolutely, Tom. I mean, you guys are doing some fantastic stuff, man. I've yet to try Blue Note, but the Green River catches more traditional Kentucky bourbon palate. That's great. Yeah. Goodness. Anyone hear anything about Barrel 33 year release that dropped last Wednesday? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about that one, man. Yeah, I want to. I'll wait till I get a bottle and I'll drink the rest of the sample first. I want to drink the rest of it. It's good.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna hold off though. I need to resist the urge. All right, so we cracked that bottle and bond. That was our starter. Let's crack. Let's see. Let's crack this turkey. So this is the 70th Wild Turkey, 8 years. So we're gonna go ahead and crack this bad boy here. Oh, sweet! You gonna crack it too?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and try.
Do it. Let's do it. Where? I don't even see the opening on here.
You can do it. You need me to do it.
There we go. All right.
Working this.
So anybody in chat, does anyone have this bottle here in chat? And if so, how do you like it? Let me rinse. Man, you know, I still can't get over that flavor profile is just something I just never, you know, like I've had some crazy profiles from like Found North before, Middle West. I mean, there's been a couple companies that have had some very interesting flavor profiles, but that is definitely up there. And it's interesting in a good way, not in a bad way. All right. It's a good pour. Wild Turkey 7th is great. Whoop. Thick Cherry Forward 101. Okay. There's a lot of people that says it's great. JH, Shred, Bourbon Jerk said he got the sample. Joe the Sample Guy said this is great. Regular 101 just getting more blah this year. You know, I don't know if I have a 101 from this year. I don't know. I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't think we do. At the same time, though, I mean, they're getting more and more competition, you know, so.
Yep.
Maybe it's just harder for them to compete.
So what is the story behind this? Because I don't really know. Is this just like the minimum age on this 8 years or?
Yeah.
And I think it's to commemorate like Jimmy's time there,
Okay.
but like the best, like what he likes to drink.
Yep.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yep. That's my understanding too. Basically, he went to the Rick houses and he picked a bunch of barrels and said, "I'm going to blend these to what I like." And I may be slightly off on that. Eddie might have done it, or Bruce might have done it at his behest, but Jimmy was the driving factor behind it. I know that much.
Yeah.
And it was made to be more like a profile that he preferred instead of the newer, sweeter stuff.
Yeah, Steven Scott said it's 8 and 9 year.
Yeah. So Richie said it blows away the current. So Whiskey Habit says, I can't believe no one is saying this. The same year the 70th comes out, 101 gets worse. Guys, they funneled the good barrels in the 70th, and 101 was leftovers. Okay.
I mean, It wouldn't be unheard of, you know. Lots of companies do that. Lots of distilleries do that when they have a special offering come out.
I don't have a normal 101 to compare it to here. Not in here anyway.
Yeah. Even if we do have a 101 around, it's not from this year. I mean, the other side of it is the smaller the batch, the easier it is to build a really fantastic flavor profile, right? A bigger batch, it lends itself to be more to being more balanced and flat, you might say.
Yeah.
So
Bourbon Jerk had a 2003 Wild Turkey 101 Dusty yesterday, and the Dusty is just so good. Yeah. Old Turkey is really good, man. Yeah, it's Whiskey Habit. It's interesting you say that because like that, I could definitely see that. I mean, that definitely makes sense, especially if a lot of people are saying that the standard 101 is just not the par, and then this comes out at the same time, then yeah, I mean that would make the most sense.
well, and at the same time, you've got the Russell's 10-year coming out
Yeah,
with, and
older stuff.
whether it's 15-year or 13-year or whatever juice, right? It's older, more complex whiskey going into it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't argue with that. It's got a better flavor profile. It's got more going on. And so if they're putting more of those barrels into Russell's 10 and Turkey 70th, I mean, something's got to give, you know?
Yeah. Did they say how big this release was? Like how many bottles?
Oh, geez.
I imagine it was probably a ton, right?
It was a fair amount.
Yeah.
'Cause I remember when it first came out, people were wondering if they would actually be able to find it, right? Like when we were up in Bardstown. And they said it might take a little bit longer, but it should be hitting everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, Whiskey Habit says, right, it's not like the 101 is now horrible because you're only taking a certain percentage of it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, by no means is the 101. And I think this is where kind of like, right, as whiskey enthusiasts, as most of us are here on screen and chat, how we always, like, for instance, look at like the Elijah Craig barrel proof releases, right? We're always like trying to compare them to the A batch to the C batch, and then we're trying to compare them to last year's. Like, those are typically really good whiskeys, regardless of the fact.
Right.
I think there's been maybe one or two releases that I wouldn't say are up to par for the ECBP releases, but I think we like to kind of compare things.
Yeah.
A lot, even though it's still good. Like the 101, I'm sure it's still good, but to his point, like it's, you know, the 101 is still good. It's just that this is like just an elevated version of it. And I would agree. I mean, the profile is definitely, from what I remember, very different. It's not, you know, on the Turkey 101, I get a lot of baking spices on Turkey 101.
Yep.
I'm not getting a lot of that on here. They're there. It's present, but it's not as dominating as it typically would be on like a 101, just from my point of view. But
Yeah.
No, I agree with that.
It's a fantastic pour.
You know what I mean? It's just, it doesn't have those baking spices and that cinnamon and that like that allspice to it. Like it's a little more muted. But the flavor, like the flavors that are not the baking spices are a little more enhanced. So
Yeah. I think those baking spices being muted lets the other flavors in this shine.
mm-hmm.
It's also nice and oily for 101 proof.
I was just gonna say that. I was gonna say the viscosity and the mouthfeel on this is very different. That's crazy. I mean, that's wild, man. That is good. I like to be able to compare some Pyro bottles. Just saying, no, Jigs. I agree, man. Like it's not the comparing. Like, I know as whiskey enthusiasts, we like to compare, like, you know, this year's C batch to last year's C batch, right? But like, in all reality, it's still a really good whiskey. But I think we find ourselves comparing them to too much sometimes. I mean, it could still be a standalone great whiskey by itself, but when we kind of compare it, we feel like we're kind of dragging it down a little bit when in reality it's still a really good whiskey. So that's all I was saying. LME is very sweet cherry, good. It's almost sweet passport. Yeah, I mean, Wild Turkey said they're releasing an 8-year 101 shelfer starting in 2025. Interesting. Less spiky, more nuanced. Richie, I completely agree with you. It doesn't have that bite of baking spice, right? Because 101 proof, the spiciness that you're getting from 101 proof is not the proof. It's the baking spices that are there. And I would agree with you. I think it's a little more the flavors are a little more kind of just elevated, while the baking spice level has just kind of come down. Wish we could get a 12-year turkey on the shelf. Yeah, you're not kidding.
Yeah, that is oily. Ooh. Yeah, that's a good bottle.
That it is. I want some Redwood Empire Pipe Dream 101. Juicy viscosity is the biggest difference for me. Gandy Road, I completely agree with you. I want to compare some Hidden Barn. Jeez, get out of here.
Yeah.
I won't even go buy another bottle of Hidden Barn to compare those two batches to. That's funny. Oh man.
I don't think he's cracked that copper and cask yet, Vic.
Yeah, hey, yeah, haven't that yet. Give me a sample of the Hidden Barn batch one. I did. I did get you a sample of it. Oh goodness. Bourbon joke. Yeah, I sent him a sample of the batch one. It's not good, man. It's not good. It's just not good. Then they try to sneak it into some of the award stuff, and not yet, Jigs. Vic. I'm going to next. It's kind of genius how we do something that sells more bottles at double the price. And they're HCA in the 101 next year. That will also cause sales go up this year. Is it? Yeah. Whiskey Habit, you're on the money, man. On the money. Absolutely agree. I'm going to post that here in the chat so people can read that.
So, does anybody know if this is chill filtered or not?
In my opinion, from the mouthfeel, I would say no.
I would agree, but I know Turkey has a propensity to chill filter everything.
Yeah. And
they don't call it out as NCF on the bottle or anywhere that I could find in a quick search. So I'm really curious if it is non-chill filtered and it's finally an NCF 101, right? Or if it's if they're getting that oiliness some other way.
Yeah. It has a way bigger sample than I needed of the Hidden Barn. Oh man. Oh goodness. That's funny. Yeah, it is hard to say then. I mean, because you're right. Like they do chill filter, but the oiliness on this is way more present. I mean, I'd be shocked if this was chill filtered. I mean, can you imagine if this was chill filtered, what the non-chill filtered version would taste like?
And that's kind of what I'm thinking, right? Like, if so, then they need to do whatever this is, they should do it on every product in their lineup.
Right. And one of the things I haven't been able to taste yet is the rare breed non-chill filtered.
Same.
So I'm wondering, like, to date, is that one of the only whiskeys that they've put out that is non-chill filtered? Like that because the label states that it's non-chill filtered, right?
It does. I think some of the Russells are NCF as well.
Okay.
But for the most part, yeah, they chill filter almost everything, to my knowledge.
That's really good.
Yeah, I agree. And for a $45 or $50 bottle, that's
good. I like, it's weird because I feel like I'm drinking a bottle of 101, but when you taste it, it is completely different. Wow. I like that. That's good.
There's like, man, the oiliness, I think it's the oiliness more so, but the mid palate leading to the back, I'm getting like the oiliness from like an orange peel.
More citrusy?
Yeah, but like the like if you've seen somebody make a cocktail where they'll take the orange peel and swipe it around the glass and then spray it, like that potent orange, like almost burnt orange note.
Okay.
See that.
Yeah, Steven Scone says the 70th is dang good. It is really good. From Russell's single barrels are also non-chill filtered. Okay.
So maybe it's the whole Russell's line, and then is NCF, and then the turkeys are all chill filtered except for a few.
Yeah, that'd be my guess. Rare breed non-chill filter is a lot like Wild Turkey 70th in the fact that the flavors are similar, but the viscosity and experience is way elevated. See, man, I need to grab one of those. I've yet to see one on secondary, so yeah, I hate to resort to buy one from there, but I haven't even seen one posted on there. So, all right, we are going to crack now. We're going to crack this copper and cask. This one is the Carpe Diem. It's a straight bourbon whiskey, single barrel selection, 7 years old. What is that? 128.6 proof. Distilled in Lawrenceburg, 75-21-4.
Do you recall which one that one is? Is that the double
This is the
barrel?
one this is the one that is not finished in the secondary barrel.
Okay. We got the one that was finished in the secondary.
Yeah, that was Wet Kiss, I think is what that one was called. So this is the Carpe Diem. So we're gonna pop this guy. Then we can start to talk about top 10 whiskeys.
Yeah.
What are some of the contenders? All right, let's get a good one here. No, that's okay. All right. Smells like vanilla fudge. All right. All right. Well, let me hold this up to the screen just so you guys can see this.
Yeah, you definitely got it picked around. Oh, yeah.
That's beyond 6 years and made it to Cali. That's kind of too hard to see, but copper and cask, 7 year. Let's see. What's he saying? Hey, I know that big. Another copper and cask beyond 6 year. You may be getting a package soon with a non-chill for a rare breed and enjoy brother. What, Jigs? No way, man. Come on, Jigs.
Hey, sure.
I know I was supposed to meet up with Tats, but it just didn't work out. And I know that I think he had some, but
That's awesome, Jigs.
Yeah, that is awesome, Jigs. I got you in return, my friend.
So we don't have the same barrel, so I pulled the 9 year small batch.
Oh, you have something different?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the copper and cask 9 year small batch. Batch number 6.
Gotcha.
128 proof.
Richie Z says, Dan, I almost called you today. I will this week. I got you. No problem, buddy. All right. So let's start talking about what are some of your guys' whiskeys that are in your top 10. Everybody in chat, Katie, Ethan, tell me your guys' top 10. What are some of the things that are in your guys' top 10 whiskeys of the year so far? I mean, if you as an individual incorporate single barrels in there, whatever it may be, however you go about it, what are some of your top 10 whiskeys so far this year?
Russell's 15.
For sure.
Yeah.
Let's just get that one out of the way.
Yeah, for sure. So I will say Russell's 15 is definitely definitely up there when it comes to the whiskey of the year. I think that it's so concentrated. It's very well balanced. You would think for something that's that old, it would be overly oaked, and it's not. It's just the right amount of spiciness that comes from that too. And I think you get some of the spiciness not only from the baking spices, but from the oak presence in there as well. And I mean, you're talking deep, rich, kind of like concentrated flavors that come from here. I don't. And this is in no kind of particular order. I just have all the bottles kind of set to the sides, but that is definitely one of the ones that is definitely in my top 10 whiskeys of the year. So he says it's gonna be hard to beat. The Russell's 15, Peerless Double Oaked Rye, Cask Strength. Okay. Murray Hill Club Special Release Batch number 4 says
Oh,
game.
yeah, that Murray Hill Club. Oh, my gosh.
I know.
That 9 years
The
really
bar
good.
saw ham root for me. It's way up there.
Yeah,
That finish, man.
that's a damn good one.
Looks like
Uh,
Mary
Rich-
Chris was saying K Luke 10.
Oh,
Richie
okay,
D
yeah.
says Disco 12.
Ed is saying the Disco 12 too.
Yeah. Disco 12. Okay. All right. I really like the K Luke 10 this year, says Mary S. Yeah.
On the bench.
Yep. K Luke 10's good. The Kelvin collab 6. So Randall, you speaking of the Kelvin collab number 6, that's another bottle that I have. When I tried that, I was it is hard to compare to some of the older releases, but the Kelvin Collab 6 is a delicious whiskey. It is so flavorful. It doesn't pack a super proofy punch, but the flavor, the flavor profile on that is so good. I can't remember what it's finished in.
Sherry and rum, right?
Madeira and dark rum.
Oh, Madeira, yeah.
Yeah. Really good. So that's another one that is definitely up there, in the top 10 somewhere as well.
Yeah. Mr. Jiggs put in Smoke Eye Hill, Russell's 15, Stag 24B, Fox and Odin Double Oaked, which I agree with. The Fox and Odin Double Oaked is really, really good. Dusty's KNBC pick, so I'm guessing Kryptonite. And then M&J Mexican Chocolate Driftless, Sticky Icky, and a Pepper Decanter, plus some more.
Oh, shit, okay. Steven Scone says Obtanium 11-year, Old Soul Single Barrel, Bardstown
Nice.
Wheat, Old Forester Single Barrel 100 Proofer, and the Jack Daniel's Single Barrel Proof Rye. Nice. Okay. Whiskey Nose says Hard Truth Rye French Oak finish, and the Smoke Eye Hill 134 proof. Engineer says the Elkwood Reserve Single Barrel 132 proof is the best this year so far, and an NBC pick. And then the Russell Reserve 15 in that order. Wow, okay. Elkwood Reserve, what is that? I don't know what Elkwood Reserve is.
I think that's one of his local picks, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. G says this year he has Smoke Eye, Russell's 15, 24B, Fox and Odin. I never tried the Fox and Odin Double Oak. Dusty's Kryptonite. Yeah, right?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Kryptonite,
Yeah.
see, because he had the D-Team, Kryptonite, and then Sonic Boom.
M&J Mexican Chocolate Driftless, Sticky Icky, Pepper Decanter, and more. Okay. EJ, the Crown Black. It is salted caramel. Smoke Eye Hill will be up there too for the end of the year, says Berger. Yep. Little Book 7. I know it wasn't out this year, but that's when I got it. Okay, Whiskey Habit, nice. Do I have that?
Little Book 8 is pretty up there too for us. Like that rye is.
See, I don't have all my floor whiskeys in there now. I don't.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I don't have anything on the floor anymore. Knob Creek 18 Batch 2 National Barrel Company Bourbon Picks Blue Bolt 248 Double Oaked. What is that?
No clue.
Blue Bolt 248 Double Oaked. I don't know what that is, Tom. Sounds good. I don't know what it is though. JH says Middle West Napoleon Calvados cask. Ooh, okay. I'm sure I'll have an NBC pick in there for the running for the whiskey of the year, says Bourbon Jerk. Okay. Fox and Odin is a seductive bourbon, and yes, it's worthy of top 10 as of now, says Richie Z. Okay. See, that's another one I don't see around here at all. But I'm curious. Maybe I'll have to search a secondary for it. I'm trying to get everything done soon. I plan on shooting my whiskeys of the year probably the middle of December. So I have literally like 30 days now, and I still have some things to review and kind of sort out. And I want to do like a final tasting of some things. Some of the stuff I tasted, I don't have bottles of, and if I don't have bottles of it, I don't count it. So we'll see. But Michter's 10 bourbon, Jack Daniel's single barrel proof bourbon and rye. Striped Pig out of South Carolina. Interesting. Denling single barrels. Okay. Striped Pig. I never heard of that. Still have a month to get my bottles of whiskey of the year. I only count bottles I have. Samples would be Russell's 15. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, I'd prefer to definitely have the bottles. Isn't that Elkwood, that 15-year Buffalo turkey? Ooh, okay. The Elkwood is a turkey distilled at Trace. Okay. Limestone Farms private batch has the opportunity tomorrow to make the list. Yeah, that's a day. I'm gonna be very honest with you. That's a really good whiskey. that Limestone Farms private batch is really, really good. Like very, very good.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that could win a lot of blinds.
That is very, very good. And it's just such a unique flavor profile to that. It's just something that I haven't had, and that's something I always kind of look forward to is tasting something that has such a very unique profile to it, and that definitely does. The K-Luke Toasted Batch 2 is up there for me. Don't know if that's a bottle from last year, but new to me, says Ed. Okay. Blue Bolt is from Crittenden's.
Yeah, that's a Mississippi distillery that has been doing some stuff this year.
Okay.
I haven't tried them yet, but we've heard good things about it.
Fox and Odin is easy to find in the Virginia ABCs. Okay. And are all the Fox and Odin's double oaked? Is that what they are? Or is that a special? Okay.
That's a special one. Yeah. That's a special one.
Evernorth Batch 8 yet, says
We
the
have-
broker.
We have not. We are waiting for Adam to crack that one. Once he feels better. He's a River North buddy.
Once
Yeah.
it's out right.
So I told you the Russell's 15, the Kelvin Collab batch number 6, or Kelvin Collab 6. I'm sorry, that is another one that is that I feel is definitely up there. Again, no particular order. Another one though, I gotta kind of throw in there. Obviously, is going to be the Disco Series 12. This is a beautiful blend of whiskey right here. Again, sticking with the straight Kentucky tradition. All Kentucky bourbons in it again. I've wanted to do more reviews on these whiskeys, but they're just not getting views, unfortunately. Like the standard reviews just don't get views anymore. That's why I've been gearing more towards the shorts and trying to be short and sweet with it. Because it's so much easier to shoot a short and not have to sit here and edit out a video. Trust me, I love to put out reviews, but nobody's watching them right now. So, yeah, I mean, it's a fact, But the Disco Series 12, 110% up there in my top 10. Another one that I haven't seen anybody talk about yet was the Green River Foolproof. I love this whiskey is great. Not only is it great and packed full of flavor, but it's insanely affordable. And that makes it even more attractive for me, right? Not only is it great and it has a good proof punch too. Flavor profile is great, but then it's the price that just makes it even better. You could get 2 to 3 of these for the price of some of those bottles. I mean, the Russells, you could probably get 10 of these things for the price of a Russell's 15. But when it comes down to flavor profile, price, this so far for me is definitely in my top 10 whiskeys of the year. So
yeah, if you're somebody who takes into account value in bottles, I don't know how that's not in your top 3 at least.
Yep. And speaking of value, another whiskey that has great value to it is the Remus Highest Rye.
Oh yes, sir.
This is good. This is a really good whiskey. Again, these are in no particular order, but this is definitely up there. Again, for those of you who don't know what this is, it's from Remus. It's called the Highest Rye. It's 6 years old. 51% corn, 39% rye, and then 10% malted rye. It's out of MGP, Ross and Squibb, whatever you want to call it. Really, really good stuff. And again, at a very affordable price. And again, it's just like that Green River, right? It's packed full of flavor. It offers great proof punch, and then the price on top of it is it's a win-win. So that's 5. That's 5 of the 10. And again, there's some things I could take these over. This is just what I had here.
So just to call it out, that's a bottle that the picks are often not as good as the blend. The blend of that bottle is fantastic. Some of the picks have been really good, but others have gotten very earthy.
Yeah.
But the blend, the regular release, the blend is so freaking good. And then for the price, it's just stupid.
And y'all picked one, right, Dan?
We did. So when we were all down at MGP, Ross and Squibb, at Lux Row, one of the things that we picked was, well, there was a couple. There's we did a Rossville Union, I believe a 9-year Rossville Union. And then I'm pretty sure we also picked one of the highest rise as a pick. And I think that one was pretty unanimous amongst everybody who was there. So those we should start to filter in probably in December, which is going to be great. But the only issue with that is there's not going to be a lot available. They're going to be available, but they're across different Patreon groups, right? Like I'm going to get some. 21090 is going to get some. Mash and Journey is going to get some. Bourbon of the Week's going to get some. It's Bourbon Night's going to get some. So it was spread amongst a handful of channels who went down there and had access to some of that stuff. So
yeah, that'll be awesome.
Yes, absolutely. And those are some of the ones you want to grab. I'll tell you that. Like there's some stuff that we did, and it's not a knock on it or anything, but like the Yellowstone single malt, I've had way better single malts. Old Line blows Yellowstone single malt out of the water. Not even close.
So what about the finished Ezra Brooks?
The finishes are good. You know, the finishes are not. So I'm trying to compare it to something like they're not as concentrated as some of the flavors you would get off of a Maker's, right? So if you did a Maker's, going back to their what was that called, the
Mocha Staves?
The Mocha Staves, right? Yeah. If you were to get some of the Mocha Staves, those Mocha Staves from Makers, they get very concentrated. Like you know what the hell you're tasting when you drink a lot of those Mocha Staves. Whereas these finishes were not as they're not as kind of like concentrated on that flavor. Like you're still getting more of the whiskey flavor than you are the finishing flavor, which I kind of liked. So I don't know how they're going to turn out now. I don't know how long they've aged since then. I have no idea. We have no clue, to be honest. But they're not as concentrated as you would get like a full blown, something that's like super finished.
Gotcha.
Disco 12, Little Book, Pursuit Double Oaked Rye, M&J Bardstown Rye, Penelope Toasted, Wild Turkey 8-year, and the Russell's 15, says Nicholas 311. Okay. Everyone wants list videos and hunt videos. I like doing reviews, so they'll be in my mix. Yes, Steven, I agree. See, I like doing videos too, man. Trust me, I love putting out reviews for people to watch. It's just the reviews, for me anyway, they're just on a steady decline. I mean, unfortunately, I think people like the shorts, man, and something that's short and sweet. They don't got to sit there and watch me talk about whiskey for 5 minutes. I've tried to make like all the review videos like five minutes and under, and they still just don't get the, they just don't get the views anymore. So, and not only that, but it just takes a while to edit, So I got blooper reels and I got all kinds of shit, and you got to edit all that out. And I think the bourbon bubble is deflating, or is it just me feeling it? No, Sandy, I think it is, and I think there's it's just my opinion, but I think there's a buyer's fatigue right now. I think there's a single barrel fatigue right now. Like people they're tired. I mean, they've bought a ton. We can't drink some of the stuff fast enough. So I told myself, and I know the Turks know this, and I wasn't planning on doing like any more than 6 picks this year. Like that was going to be it. That's why I put that poll out in Patreon, was just to see like what people wanted, like how much, and then I did the other poll for what the picks were going to be, and I just think there's buyer's fatigue out there. I think there's just so much whiskey. It's oversaturated. There's so much to buy. On top of your standard releases that come out like every year, you have all these different specialty bottles, and you have all these single barrels that your groups are releasing and stuff. And it's hard to keep up with everything. It's hard to buy everything. It's too expensive, And I think that's why you're feeling that, though, Sandeep. I think a lot of people are feeling it, to be honest with you.
I agree.
I think that bourbon lore bottle that just came out, the one from Bardstown, like I was very tempted to get it. I didn't know how much it was, and I saw it was $169.99 and then $20 shipping, and I was like, man, like I'm sure it's really, really good, but that's a lot of money to just continue to fork out. And there's another whiskey I just bought, and I won't mention it right now, but that was another little pretty penny, and so I just think it's more people are just kind of picking and choosing the things that they want to buy. The viewers support certain channels; they buy from them, and and that's all I'm really doing too. Like I'll always buy the ECBP releases and stuff like that, but single barrels and stuff, like I'll get them from groups that I am familiar with, and we share some things in common on on the palate and stuff like that. So yeah, that's just my viewpoint of it. So
I think so. I agree with you, right? Just to add a little bit, I think that the smartest distilleries right now are doing exactly what Limestone Farms did tonight, and they're doing tomorrow night. They're essentially doing a media blitz, right? They're acknowledging that, hey, look, they have less money to spend, they have more bourbon to buy, and so they have to people are just being more picky, bottom line, right? People are being more picky. Everybody's shelves is full. Look at ours. Look at what's behind you, right? You've got to really make them want to buy a bottle. And so doing a media blitz is a super smart, relatively cheap way, right? And I think it's an incredibly smart way to do it. And especially if you've got a really good product, like it sounds like Limestone Farms does, and I can't wait to try tomorrow. Yeah. You just need people to try it, right? And while you can't have everybody in the world try it for free, because that's not how business works, letting people that they know and trust try it is a super smart play. And I think we're going to see more of that. 100%. I think that it happened a lot in 2020 and 2021. And then as the boom really hit its height, it kind of tailed off. But I think we're going to see more of it here in the next few years as these brands try to keep traction and keep selling.
Yeah. Sorry, Katie, go ahead.
I was going to say, Bourbon Jerk said it perfectly. Like, Tom is busting his butt.
Yeah.
Trying to get...
Push the product. Yeah.
Yep.
Push the product.
Yeah.
Because, he reached out to us, and, we haven't done whiskey reviews in a long time.
Yeah.
We've swapped to mostly coffee and doing picks with you guys. And
that's the way to do it, though. What he's doing is that's the way to do it. Push the product to people, man. I said that a couple of years ago. Like, if you want to get something in people's face, push it out to the Whiskey Tube community, right? Like, it doesn't have to be a bottle. Send a 2-ounce sample out to people.
Yep. Exactly.
In front of people, and
Yep.
That's it. Honestly, like that's your clientele right there. Honestly, like it's a smart move.
Well, and to me, it also shows a lot of confidence in Tom saying they really wanted live reviews.
Yeah,
because let's be real, we've all had those whiskeys we've tried that. I know especially when we were doing reviews, there were times where I was like, "Oh, thank God, I'm not live right now. This is just not good, right? It's just, oh man, what on earth am I drinking, right?"
Yep.
So it shows a lot of confidence in the brand, and it's again, it's a super smart media play as long as they're doing the right things.
That's
and
right.
The companies that are doing the right things are going to be the ones that just naturally rise to the top.
Yep. Josh Fritz said the Bardstown Emerald. Yeah, that's this year, man. That's a great bottle. Dave Augustin's State Collection. Okay.
We just cracked the Disco 12.
That is fantastic.
I know, right? I get what the hype's about.
Yeah, I let it get a little air in there too. I think it gets freaking better.
Man, it's so much cherry, even on a fresh crack.
Yeah. Lists videos seem too good. Dan, love the regular videos and shorts. I appreciate it, Richie. It's just, see, Whiskey Nose says it's a money fatigue thing, and it is. Like it's true, man. Like you get to a certain point, and it's like, I can't go out and fork $100 and some odd out for a single barrel. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to do. It's hard to do for some people. I mean, it's what it is. It is. It's fatigue, man. Upload the blooper reels. Oh man, I sit back here and I curse when I mess something up. Like I try not. I don't read off of anything, but like I'll write it down and then I'll just try to memorize all of it and I'll try to do it in like one shot. But there's sometimes, like if you notice, like on a Bardstown Bourbon Company bottle, like I'll put a picture of the bottle up on the screen as I'm reading off of the paper because I can't remember the whole freaking blend. So I got a couple blooper reels, man. Been buying too much lately. Only 2 bottles in the past month. Yeah, John. I mean, it's my top 10 whiskeys are everything picked by Dan. Get out of here. Try before you buy. Yeah. Can you do a poll about your blooper reel? Oh man. Mike Meyer, cheers, Mike. Good to see you, man. They do good. Just buying Top Dog. Adam is not feeling very well, man. So send some good thoughts his way. Let's see, missing some creepiness in the sarcasm. Can I agree more tomorrow? I mean, you guys, you're more than welcome to hop on. Jay Sells, anybody, you guys want to hop on? You're more than welcome.
Yeah, I can. You want me to shoot out the link?
Yeah, that's fine.
A couple people asked, so we'll get it. We'll get that link to them.
I type like the hawk. He sold 47 bottles of the Private Reserve following a live YouTube review on another channel a couple weeks back. Yeah,
that's insane.
I'll probably wind up buying one of those as well. So, and again, like flavor profile wise, that Private Reserve, that Private Select, Private Batch, very, very unique flavor profile to that, in a good way. So I'll be buying a bottle of it for sure.
Well, and it speaks volumes, right? When the person who reviews it doesn't just go, "Oh, that's really good," and leave it at that, right? Even they pull out some notes, say it's good, that's fine, right? But it's when they go, "Oh wow, that's delicious. I'm buying a bottle of that."
Yes.
Boom, right there.
I will buy a bottle of that.
Yep.
For sure.
We've definitely slowed down our whiskey buying, and that's one that I'm still thinking about from David and Jamie's. That night that
I agree.
We all were at their house a couple weeks ago.
I mean, we were trying some crazy bottles, and that's one that as soon as you mentioned it tonight, it was just like, oh, yep, remember that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. I'm slowing down a little bit. I mean, I think I told you guys I'm probably going to slow down on buying some of the dusty stuff just because I have so much of it that I just don't, like I enjoy it. Don't get me wrong. I love doing it, but I have too much of it, and I could allocate that toward like your modern day releases, or whatever else. But I just have too much of it, to be honest. I don't know. We'll see.
Yep.
Everything seems expensive compared to old line. Somebody joined here. Let's see. Uh-oh. What's up, buddy?
What's up, Vic? How you doing, bud?
What up, y'all?
Hey, what's up, bud?
What up, suckers?
How you doing?
What's going on, guys?
I brought my cigar with me, right?
Oh, shit.
Uh-huh. I'd have to go outside, though. I can't smoke in here. That copper and cask is really good. That's what I was sipping on.
Thanks.
Another whiskey that I'm going to say could be in the top 10 is this Raconteur rye. Oh my God, this is good.
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to definitely try that one.
This is really, really, really good. I know I've sent 2 samples of that out, but the rest of it I've drank.
Bottle kill of the
So-
70th.
I have to say I didn't want that Raconteur to be good because of the price point.
I know. I know. Wait, did I send you guys a sample of this or no?
Not yet.
No?
Okay.
I thought we had one sitting around. I don't know.
All right. If not, I can get you one. Another whiskey, and I know I got put on blast by some people on this one. Was the Smoke Eye Hill?
Oh yeah, that's a banger.
I love the Smoke Eye Hill. I don't fucking care what anybody says. Like, put me on blast all you want. This shit was good. Like, this was good. I'm sorry, but this was good. So that's another whiskey that is on my top 10.
That was really good.
Or maybe.
That's
I'm
one
not,
that
I'm not guaranteeing anything tonight, but
I think that whiskey's a Sinead O'Connor. I think it's a one-hit wonder.
okay. Yeah, I agree, and that could be fine. I'm good with one-hit wonder.
Sure, I am too. It's a shame, right? Because it was so good.
Another one that could be up there. I love the Sea Batch. I'm sorry, I love the Sea Batch.
We haven't cracked ours yet.
I hope you guys got a good bottle, but I
We'll
talked with
compare
Jeff.
laser codes later.
Yeah, I talked to Jeff, and Jeff
I'll
was
bring
like,
a tape measure.
Jeff was like, "Oh, absolutely, I completely agree. I love this C924. I love it. It's so candy sweet, and I mean, just a slight little bit of peanutiness to it. I'm a big fan of the C94. Just saying. So I know some people didn't like it. I don't know if they got a bad bottle or something, but I love that shit. I just cracked it, but I think Evernorth Exodus 2 might be in my top 5.
Oh wow. Yeah, we passed on the Exodus too.
See, I was thinking about doing one. I was thinking about doing one for just single barrels too, because I don't know, because there's definitely single barrels that I've liked, but I haven't want to I don't want to incorporate them into this. You know what I mean? Just a normal top 10. But Ed, what you sipping on, man?
I just poured Disco 12.
Oh shit, that's so good.
Yeah,
That's so good.
gonna finish up my coffee and then I'll start drinking that.
I know you have that fancy mug. I saw it.
Do you like that?
Steven Scone said the Smoke Eye Hill did not hit with me. The finish killed it for me. The C924 is definitely a contender. I love this. I love the C924, man. God, that's so good. Is Ed the floating head tonight? The floating head.
I'm the floating head
last
every
one
night.
I'm gonna crack tonight is this M&J Bardstown Blitz rye. Right? Is it a rye? Is it a bourbon? Rye.
It's a rye.
Yeah. So, you know what? No, we're not gonna crack this tonight. We're not gonna crack that tonight. I'm gonna drink something else.
Did you order your pizza, Dan?
Pizza's already gone, buddy. It's already in the belly.
Hey, that's a good thing.
Yeah, I did it before. So, and I had some garlic bites in there, but I didn't want to ruin my palate with that. So, what do we want to drink? Let's see here. I'm gonna go. You know what? We're speaking of the C924. I'm gonna drink a little bit of C924. I love this goddamn bottle. You know, I can't tell the laser code on this though because they put it on the edge of the glass. I don't know if they're doing that on purpose.
Is that a thing for that batch too?
I don't know, man. I can't even read it though. It's right on the edge. But it's so good. It's candy sweet, man. What are you guys cracking?
The Arctic Spirit,
Oh,
the Ellie from Evernorth.
Yeah, somebody mentioned Evernorth, so it had to happen.
Is that the cobbler or whatever it is?
No, the cobbler hasn't come out yet. I really
Okay.
want to get one of those cobblers. The
Yeah.
Spirit Walker.
Cam Locker's in the house. Cam, what's going on, man?
Yeah.
Holy shit, I haven't seen you in forever. What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, it's been forever. Cheers, Cam.
Yeah, cheers, man. I was just thinking about it the other day. I was like, damn, I haven't seen Ken Lautner in a while. Cheers, brother.
That Murray Hill Club, Ellie, that he's talking about is like that's a just kind of speechless kind of whiskey. And I think it hit most people at the non-meetup in June. I think it hit most people that way.
Yeah.
People would be mid-sentence and try it and just like trail off. And there was a silence.
Yeah, that was a pretty damn good bottle.
I think you might have somebody in the background, Dan. I can't see it on my end, but I think you do.
All right, yep, I do. Let's say, is that Top Dog? What's going on, Top Dog?
Mackerel. I just wanted
What's
to
going on, Top Dog?
I just wanted to tell Big Vic, look, I can get on this live stream,
This is not StreamYard, buddy.
but I'm on.
Yeah, that's good.
Darrell says the barrels for Hopi
Good, bud.
CBD is very good. I've had multiple pours of mine since I cracked it. Yes, Darrell, I agree. That is a good one. So for those of you out there, so when you guys do your top 10, are you going to incorporate everything into your top 10, single barrels and all that, or are you just going to do your normal releases top 10 and then do a single barrel top 10? How are you guys in the chat and then on the screen you're going to do your top 10s? How do you do it?
I don't do top 10s.
No?
I posted what my top 10s were.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw yours.
Yeah, I can't put single barrels in a top 10. I just can't. It feels dirty for some reason.
Yeah.
I just can't do it. And the problem is that means this year I won't even have a top 10. I'll have a top 5 maybe, because I've bought so many damn single barrels and very few standard releases. But what I will do is I will choose okay. So for example, the Jack single barrel rye. I'm looking at one right now. Bonkers good, right? Had a bunch of them. Yeah, they're single barrels, but they're all freaking good. So that I would include. But it would have to be a brand that was consistently stellar. Consistently.
Okay, I got one. Mine stellar is Copper and Cass this year.
Yeah, they're doing banger shit.
Yep,
Yeah.
I can agree.
Copper and Cass.
Yep.
I think we have 2 on the table, maybe 3.
They're just so good.
Yeah.
So Bourbon Jerk says top 5 bourbon, top 5 rye, top 5 single barrels, maybe. Okay. That's not a bad idea. I mean, yeah, I'm just curious how people do it, because you never kind of want to incorporate a single barrel into something that's like a standard top 10 with an ECBP or a Rockin' Tour Rye or a Disco 12.
If I were to do one,
I'd be separate.
I'd probably do it by dollar amount, something like $60 or $70 below, and then everything top 5 of those versus top 5 of something that would be above that
Gotcha.
price point. Only because there's a lot of those shelfer bottles that came out this year that were sub $60 that were really good. But if you put them in a blind with some of these other higher proofs, they're not going to stand up. But they're still, to me, they deserve some recognition because there are some really good ones.
Yeah.
For me, it would be Rebecca Creek Double Oak.
Oh yeah, I mean those are unreal. I mean,
that's another brand, or really not label, but brand really, where I agree. Their picks, but the picks have been so consistently stellar that I will break that rule and include them.
Yeah.
Paul P says agree with you, John. Some of my favorite bottles are from Copper and Cask. Yeah. I haven't had much rye, but the Corbin Cash strength single barrel is amazing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Corbin Cash puts out some really good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Corbin Cash, I love. Other than that, I don't have too much rye in this house.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I only have
Not for chores.
Yeah.
Thank you, Katie.
I only have one potential rye in the mix now that I think about it.
Huh. Some of those Corbin Cashes are getting they're 8 to 9 years right now.
Yeah.
You think in a couple of years it may change it, like that'd be interesting because I know there's a sweet spot and they're getting better for sure. But
I traded a Coy Hill for a Corbin Cash this year and did not feel
Damn.
guilty.
Yeah.
Paul P says he's learned that he's a sucker for 7 to 9 year MGP. I think we all are.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't wait for Corbin Cash's bourbon to start hitting places.
Oh yeah.
On Andy's pick coming up, like
Woo.
I'm gonna be throwing elbows for that bottle.
Yeah.
We might have gotten a backup of one of our favorite Corbin Cash picks, just because it's so good.
Which one is that?
That's the Corbin Dallas.
They're just also good for Corbin Cash.
The Corbin Dallas is something special, though.
Did
So
you guys
you won't
pick
make
up?
fun of me for trading a Coy Hill for a Corbin Cash.
Yeah.
No. Well, I mean, with Coy Hill, you can
Retail.
get the single
Retail.
barrels that are close. You know.
Yeah.
So they may not be quite as good as a Coy Hill, but they're real damn close. So the Corbin Ryes are almost impossible to find. So no, I don't blame you at all.
Yep.
I wouldn't fault you for trading a Coy Hill, not at all.
No.
Oh, you're biased.
Peter B says
a little
I've got
bit.
top 10, I'd probably be ending up with 20 to 25 bottles. I have control issues with whiskey. Me too. Don't go with Matt. Yeah, you're not kidding. Bourbon engineer, are you the first ever? I don't know. Those words to me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. And like I said, I still have a couple things to review. Couple things still coming in, so we'll see. I'm not sure how I want to run it yet, but again, I really don't want to incorporate single barrels in with normal stuff. So
I already know what the Bourbon Bourbon of the Year is.
what is that?
I'm just telling you, I know exactly what it is.
He mentioned something.
Yeah.
What is that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
is
we'll
it?
have to try that one, John. I can't wait.
Hold on, let me zoom in on you. I don't know what that is. Oh, the Elkwood Reserve. Okay.
That's the one your neighbor sent us a picture of.
Well, I don't know why he sent you a picture of it.
He said it was delicious.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he said it was his find. He took all the credit.
Oh my God, I did the pick, but he took the credit.
Ethan's stirring the pot.
Dave Vogelsang said I got Lost Lantern Corbin Cash Bourbon, 146.2 proofs, fantastic.
Oh, wow.
JH says favorite Corbin Cash rye, the M&J pick. Okay. ASMR whiskey, cheers, man.
Oh, cheers.
Richard Z.
Man.
So where is that? Where is that local to, John? That Elkwood.
This is Wild Turkey, 15-year-old bourbon, distilled at Buffalo Trace, sent back to Wild Turkey. All the barrels are floating out there, and it is just so good.
Huh.
So good.
Okay.
It is incredible. It will make a King Kentucky look like it's fake
No
when it comes to
way.
artificial. Yes.
Wow, that's something to be said.
I guarantee that.
Really?
Yes.
And where do you find a bottle of this?
You got to talk to my buddy Jake or me.
Well, I'm talking to you right now, John.
Yes. So around 3 weeks ago, me and Jake were approached by this person that said, all right, I got all these bottles. Do you guys want to do a barrel pick? And Jake goes, hell yeah, come on a Thursday for our Thursday breakfast. And we went through probably 4 or 5 bottles, or barrels, I should say, and we picked this one. And I cannot be more proud of this single barrel pick. It is incredible.
Do they still have them at the store?
Yes.
What do they run?
$240 plus tax.
Okay.
I didn't even post it, and I had friends from the West Coast texting me, do I know about this? And I'm like, wait a minute, I did the pick on this.
That's funny.
So I just went and picked up 6 bottles this morning from
Oh, my
there.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, John, I need to. I'll chat with you about something tomorrow. I'll send you a message tomorrow.
I just hope I know what it is because I'm going to send them a message. Tell them what we're looking for. And I already made him a gift in the garage to be sent to him for Christmas.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. So I think we're on the same page.
Did Brian's home now, right?
You're going to have to talk to him because I can't say, but his lights are on. That's all I got to say.
Okay. I got his box of samples sitting here to send out to him.
Yeah, you got my address, Dan. That's all I got to say.
All right, I'll send them to you.
Top Dog will make sure they get over there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Probably. Maybe with a couple less. That's
Yeah.
a finder's fee.
Whoop.
Oh,
Where'd it go?
big gone. Hey,
Somebody
you didn't.
dropped. I thought for sure it was Ed.
Yeah. I was ready to do this. Like,
There he is.
One, Vic.
Guys, I brought. We can smoke a cigar in a little bit if you guys want.
yeah, Ethan
No,
just
for some
pulled out-
reason my internet, it's freezing. You guys are freezing.
Every time I talk to Top Dog about shipping, I get more and more confused. Says Marty. Yeah, Bourbon Engineer, I got you, buddy. I got you.
The big ass chorizo.
Which stick is
Brian
that,
Toner,
Katie?
right with your friend.
That's the Hit and Run by Room 101.
Oh,
We found it yesterday, but
No.
that's the one Ethan's gonna smoke. See if it's any good.
I don't know. I got the whole Pelican case that over here, so I don't know what's inside there. I gotta take a look.
A lot of stuff.
Yes, there is a lot of stuff in there.
I'm
So
sure
I'll take a look.
anything out of that case is not going to blow up on you, fall apart.
That's thank God.
If it does, you did it wrong.
I gave him a nice little squeeze, and they're softer for sure. So
Like I said, I just
No.
want the
Crazy.
empty bottles.
let's see, what are we gonna drink next? I might go back to that. I don't know. That copper and cast. The turkey's good. Oh shit.
You should pour the Green River Full Proof. See if it can stand up
Okay.
after all the good stuff you
Yeah.
had.
All right.
All right, which Green River is it?
Full
It's
proof.
It's just the shelf for foolproof.
Oh my God, I send him so much better stuff than that, and he's going to
I
drink
know.
that?
Has the new one come out, John?
Yes. Yes, you have a bottle at my house with your name on it.
Yes. Yeah. I'm excited.
So
Is
it's
that-
100.
Ricky, the,
That first
the, sec-
barrel is
the second pick is called Ricky Bobby.
Ugh.
Ricky Bobby.
I love it.
I gave them a squeeze in there. Now softer doesn't sound right. William Hall.
Here's William Hall.
Green River Foolproof Shelfer is delicious. Absolutely, Richie Z. I think it is one of the best bang for your buck whiskeys out there on the market right now, by far.
Wow.
Wow, I got super cherry forward. Oh my God.
Ricky Bobby.
Ricky Bobby's the second pick we did. And the third pick I did was with Barrels for Hope.
Make a blend live, says Jay Sells. Oh my God, Jay. Yeah, I mean, I can make a blend. I
So
can make a blend of some stuff.
Nerdy.
Let me sit this off to the side. Let me make a blend. All right, let's see what we can make.
tonight's blend, what I did tonight was I did all the leftovers Green River picks from Barrels for Hope, which were 4. I did the Bourbon Junkies. I did Mash and Drum, and I did one other one, all mixed equal into a bottle tonight.
Oh, nice.
Shit.
Yeah, there's none left.
None left. Night Sandeep.
Got it. So it was awful.
All right, Cindy.
Yeah,
So we're
sure.
going to start with our base.
And I look
well,
over my shoulder, and I got 14 Green River individual barrel picks.
I'm still thinking about that one that you shared with us that day that we came to get the barrel. That one was just
Yes.
vastly different than anything we've had.
And Ricky Bobby's going to be the same.
Just vastly different.
Yep. And most people don't know, but I got this one.
You see who it is, Vic?
So people always argue about what their proof is and what it is, but I got the original mash
up,
and
action?
drum pick from the distillery.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
Ballbuster?
Yep. And everybody says it's 125 proof or 123, but it was proof down to 119. But I got the 123.5.
J Cell says I'm blending the Nulu Spice Jam pick with my stomach.
And there's no better place to put that one.
Yeah. So I just blended the Wild
Mhm.
Turkey 70th, the Copper and Cask Carpe Diem, and the Remus Highest of Rye.
Oh wow.
We'll see what that tastes like.
Who's happier to be home, Katie Jackson or Mama?
I'm very happy to be home. We actually have all three of them right now for the week.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they were here last night when we got back
nice.
home.
Richie says Danny need to collab with the Average Drinker one night. They're on the same time as you.
Oh yeah, Dara.
Yeah.
Darrenville.
Smells like a fruitcake.
Damn it.
Here, I'm gonna get the cigars. You guys let me know which cigar I'm gonna smoke tonight, because I have no idea.
Oh yeah, I don't know what all's in your case. I just know Ethan was like putting stuff in there.
So if I was going to smoke a cigar tonight, it'd be the Flying Tiger.
Ugh.
Flying Tiger.
Flying Tiger.
Flying Tiger. You guys never had it?
I was waiting for the punchline.
When I was growing up, there was these bubblegum cigars, and one I always remember is the Flying Tiger.
Oh.
You like the way that opens? All right. So we got Rocky Patel, San Andreas, vintage 2006.
Yep,
Nice.
that's the one.
We got BOTL, Brothers of the Leaf.
Oh, nice.
We got a Southern Draw, Solido Galora, Kazoo.
Yeah.
I don't know that one. Disciple, Demand Bold.
The Diesel Disciple.
The Monte Cristo White Series.
Oh yeah, that's the one from the Mash and Journey
Oh, I love a Monte Cristo.
event.
This is, goddamn, I can't even read that shit. What does it say? Junior, JR, Junior something, Junior.
Oh, the JR.
JR Cigars.
JR Cigars. I knew that. The Aging Room, Quattro, Nicaragua.
That's a good cigar.
Nice. There you go.
And then Freedom by Rocky Patel, the Connecticut.
Haven't had that one.
Oh, I would go with the Connecticut.
Go with the Connecticut.
Yeah, it's probably from Windsor, close by the airport. Highly recommend that. It's probably within 12, 13 miles from Peter B. Good cigar.
Yeah, it says RP. It says it says Connecticut on there. So
Yeah.
so this one, is that what I'm smoking tonight? The Connecticut.
That would be the milder out of the bunch, I would guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one or the Brothers of the Leaf, because it's not a very large one.
Oh yeah, that was this one here. Let's do that. I want to do the Brothers of the Leaf. Let's do that one.
Yeah, the Brothers of the Leaf. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do
Oh,
that
we
one.
just lost Peter B. He's dropping off now that you're not smoking a Connecticut cigar.
There we go. All right.
Do you have any Brothers of the Leaf whiskey?
I do.
I would pair it with that.
There you go.
Where is it? I have unless I gave them away. You know what? I think I gave them away. I had samples of their stuff.
Their
Dan,
stuff.
I'll mail it back to you once I get the box.
All right. So that's what we'll
Insanely good.
road trip to Windsor. I'm in, says William Hall. Whiskey knows I want to go ahead and apologize to everyone for Top Dog tonight.
Who said that?
Whiskey, William Marty.
Whiskey nose.
Yeah, just tell him I'm busy tomorrow.
Small medium cigar. No whiskey here yet. If dishes don't get done before, we'll get done after. Shit. I love all types of cigars. I love them all, says Peter B.
That's
Yeah, we'll start this guy. This guy's a small cigar. So they make their own. So they do their own thing. Is that where their name came from originally? Was they do cigar stuff?
Which stick you got?
Brothers of the Leaf.
The Brothers of the Leaf.
I think that's a collab.
They Brothers of the Leaf.
Yeah, I think that Brian from Brothers of the Leaf collabed with Drew Estate.
Yes.
And then it's part of like the big, it's not Facebook, but it's a internet group, Brothers of the Leaf, that he worked with in addition to Brian to come up with a cigar for them, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that sounds right. And so, yeah, that one's what they call it actually is a Connecticut, but it's a shade grown. That's why it's a dark Connecticut.
Okay.
Oh, another Peter B will be happy. It's another Connecticut.
Yep.
Richard Z says 44 in chat. Lurkers say hello. Yeah. I don't know if I like this blend. I'm going to be honest with you. I thought I was going to like it. It sounded good, but I'm not liking it.
All right, I gotta go, guys. Marty just sent me a text message and said time out and for me to leave.
Oh,
I just jumped on to see Big Vic. See,
Hello.
I can go on live streams. Yeah, just Big Vic. Remember, I can join live streams if you put the proper link up.
Oh, damn.
Oh, I thought you were saying you choose not to.
No, I can't. And I'll spend an hour and change trying to get on his streams, and I can't. And if I do, I don't know how I did it.
Sounds like you need to call Friday at Fred's for some tech support.
Yeah, I'm reaching out to those guys,
Yeah, you
but
can.
Marty put me on hold on those guys also.
Just for
I
some
can't talk
reason, you
to
can't
them.
go
I can't
online.
talk to a lot of people.
You know what? It's kind of funky. Is it the one that throws you in and out of YouTube?
Yes.
And you keep going back and forth. But I used to
Got
used to have that problem. That's why I
Got
ended up just doing the app.
I don't know what happened, but all I know is I'm just blocked from Big Vic's live streams.
I've
All
heard
right,
that
guys.
from more than one
We're
person.
protecting you, John. We're protecting you.
Yeah.
Independent Joe, what's up, buddy?
All right, guys. Have a good night, and we'll see you on the next one.
See you, bud.
All right, have a good night.
Cheers,
buddy.
John. Good seeing you, man.
so you smoked the Umbagog? Ed?
Oh yeah, dude. Those things are so freaking fantastic.
You know,
What is it that you smoked?
It's a Dunbarton
No, you're not.
Maduro.
yeah. Yeah, so one of the cool things that Dunbarton does is, so a lot of factories, they have what they call seconds, right? And it's essentially just sticks that don't meet the quality that they're looking for. And so they release it under a second label. Well, what Dunbarton does with some of their sticks, specifically the Umbagogs, they take the Mi Querida sticks that the wrappers don't meet quality just because they have some visual deficiencies, right? They might have a spot or the color isn't completely uniform. And then they say, okay, well, they can't be mi querida because they have to be perfect, right? And so then they sell them as an umbagog stick. So you've basically still got the same exact stick, but for like 30 or 40% less.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the guy who runs that, Steve Saka, he is super, super critical of all of that stuff. So, yeah, any stick that he produces, anything under Dunbarton is fantastic.
Yeah.
Like, he very rarely has anything that misses.
Are you guys gonna smoke a cigar tonight too, Ed, Vic?
Well, I'm finishing one up now. I'll probably go into a second one here shortly.
Okay.
They're
Vic, you
smoking
smoke a
already.
cigar tonight?
I'm smoking cigarettes tonight. I'm fucking cold and tired. Shit.
He prefers to smoke a pole.
Yeah, Vic, you've been working a lot.
Yeah, Saturday night, fucking long ass stream.
Mm-hmm.
Still
late
trying
were
to
you up?
recover that. 5 a.m.
I may have just been getting up, man.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say I think I was up at like 5:45 our time on Sunday morning, and you were probably in the backstage. Should have hopped on.
Yeah.
12 hours, man. Because, yeah, you started at 5 p.m.
Yeah.
Yeah. That must be a very comfortable seat, because I don't know if I could sit in a chair outside for 12 hours. That would be a little...
Well, I had the fucking heater going. I was all comfy here. Fucking couple pours. Yeah.
It'd have been just as I jumped Ken's after that stream. Jesus, Dan, cigarette smokers are, what do you say?
Rare now.
Are rare now, yeah. No, I don't smoke cigarettes, man. Not at all. Vic, damn, dude, that's crazy. 5 a.m. Y'all gonna have a cigar. I may have to head out to the shed and join you. Yeah, man, that's fine.
There you go.
Jay gonna hop on. Shoot, I got it 15 minutes after you ended, Vic, says Peter B. Yeah.
Cheers.
Yeah, some of those nights, man, like some of those nights you stream, I want to hop on, and I'm like, you know what? I gotta get up in like 4 hours. And I'm like, probably not a good idea.
Yeah.
I can't afford to go into work and be like, what?
You work on Sundays, Dan?
Where am I? It depends. It depends on where, really, what the need is. So more so now that we're in Q4, just to support store level stuff. Yeah. So
Yeah, I can only imagine working retail this time of year.
people are crazy, man.
I would rather chew my own arm off.
Yeah.
I'm almost out of water. All right, what am I pouring next, guys? You call it. What am I drinking?
I think you need to fix that water issue first.
I mean, I have a little bit of this water, but I have my cold water, and this is almost out.
Just saying, make sure you have plenty of water.
Mhm. I had 2 liquid IVs before I started drinking too. So
All right, so you'll be okay then.
I
I don't want tomorrow Dan to hate tonight Dan.
and a full thin crust pizza.
Extra pickles?
No extra pickles. Let's see. You know what? We're gonna drink the Kelvin Collab 6.
Oh yeah.
That's what we're drinking.
Nice.
2 liquid IVs, almost a bottle of water, plus another one. I would have got to go to the restroom at least 3 or 4 times at my age.
See, that's what I think there's something wrong with me, man, because I don't go to the bathroom. Like I think it's a problem.
No, Dan's just got a bottle under the table.
Yeah, I got a catheter in there. I just let it go. And
Got a little sneaky leaker going on. He's taking care of it.
Oh, he said sneaky leaker.
It's weird, man. Like I'll drink. Like I said, I mean, I had 2 bottles. So I had 2 bottles of water with the 2 liquid IVs. I had a can of Coke with my pizza. I've had, half of that since I've rinsed my glass out, and then I've also gone through almost an entire bottle here, and I haven't gone to the bathroom yet. Like that might be a problem. I don't
Either
know.
that or you're dehydrated.
That's probably right. I'm probably dehydrated.
One for 2.
I know I don't drink enough water at all.
All right, I'm lighting up this hit and run. I can't wait any longer.
What are you doing?
Lighting up this Room 101 hit and run.
Okay.
See, that's another brand. I don't think that they put out a bad stick. Every Room 101 I've had, and I've had quite a few, and they've all been pretty damn good.
That's why every time I see them at a discount, it just blows my mind. Like, who is not buying these sticks? They have to sell them at a discount.
Josh Fritz says, maybe you're North Korean, Dan. He claims to never go to the bathroom, too. It's really weird, though, man. Like, I haven't gone to the bathroom, like, after all that. I don't know. Plus, after all the whiskey, too. Like, nothing. I don't know.
Body's just waiting until you go to sleep. Then you'll have to get up 2 or 3 times tonight. Oh, see that Kelvin 6 is good, man. Oh my goodness. There's a lot of red fruit on that. I don't get what is that, rum? I don't get so much of the rum. But the red fruits on that are good. See, I'd have to end the stream to go smoke a cigar. Unless I take my whole laptop outside.
You could always do that.
Well, I'd have to take the laptop and the camera though, because I got that Logitech.
Yep.
Problem is when you have to run to the pisser every 20 minutes, sucks being on. And favorite pizza place, mine. Favorite pizza place. I mean, if I had to stay local, it would be a place called Capri Pizza, like 5 minutes around the corner. They got like the thin crust with like the slightly kind of burnt undercarriage, as Dave Portnoy would call it. That's probably my favorite local pizza. Best pasta I've ever had was when I lived in Jersey. There was a sports bar that was. Oh, hold on. Somebody just joined.
Might be Jay Sells. Yeah.
Jay Stells, what's up, buddy?
Olive Garden.
Here's John.
Hey,
What's up,
everybody.
Jonathan?
How you guys doing?
Yeah, my favorite pasta was in Jersey from a sports bar that was run by the mob, 100%. And it was the best vodka rigatoni pasta I've ever had in my entire life.
What you're saying is they made you an offer you couldn't refuse.
They made me an offer I couldn't refuse.
They made him a pasta he couldn't refuse.
That's right. I still got pictures of that on my phone, man. It was so good. I never take pictures of food like that, but that pasta was unreal. And it's funny because when I lived in Jersey, I lived like, so I had my house here and I had an apartment there, and my apartment almost practically backed up to that sports bar. So I would go in there all the time, but I never tried their pasta until like, I don't know, a month or two before I moved out, and then I ate that pasta all the time. So good. Sally's Pizza, Pepe's Pizza, Worcester Street, New Haven, to die for, says Peter B.
Oh yeah, dude. He's like at the pizza capital of the planet.
Dan, how come you haven't rigged an exhaust hose right outside your windows to cigar smoke? That's soon. That's soon, Paul. I might need the Turks to help me with that.
I mean, Dan, if you're thinking about opening your window to blow smoke out there, man, that's not safe where you are. Come on.
No, it is not. No, I mean I keep it open, and that's even sometimes sus. But
Yeah.
Suspect.
Yeah.
Dude, no cigar for me tonight. I had a cigar last night and a lot of whiskey. If I wasn't frustrated with my phone, I'd probably be in bed right now. So this
So
is a
are you
good.
not drinking anything tonight?
I am. I got my little baby Glen here from
What
Jim
you
Beam.
got in it?
Right now, early times.
Spice.
What?
No, Spice Jam I put away. I gotta hide that bottle.
I was gonna say, where's the Spice Jam?
It's hiding.
EJ.
EJ.
Hey,
How
cheers,
you
DJ.
Hey,
Cheers. What's up, buddy?
Yeah,
How's it
doing
going?
good.
On screen we have ED and EJ.
Pasta.
Well, technically, my name is ED as well. I just, I didn't want to separate it out. So
You want to be different, man.
that'd be different.
How you doing, buddy?
Doing all right. Trying to figure out what I should have out here.
Yeah,
Out here in the store.
how I'm going to.
How about that handsome Russell's bottle on that shelf behind your head?
This little guy,
That little guy.
or this little guy. Yeah, that'll work.
There you go.
What is it? What you got?
He's got the coffee looking one.
Oh, is it 15, 13?
15.
15.
Mm.
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, Russell's 13, batch number 2. $250 at a store up the street. Is that a terrible value?
I think 150 is MSRP, so it's not horrible.
It's a few years old, like I've usually paid between like 170 and 200 for Russell's 13s over the years, which I'm okay with because they're amazing. But batch 2 is really, really fruity and good.
Yeah.
It's whether or not you think it's worth it. If you enjoy it a lot, then
If I
it's
didn't
not
have three,
horrible.
if I didn't have 3/4 of a bottle, I would have already bought it.
You never could go wrong with a backup.
Yep.
No, definitely not.
Especially if you like them that much, then yeah.
Yeah.
So,
You
Ethan,
gotta
with
spare.
this Brothers of the Leaf cigar, what whiskey will go good with this?
So you want something, I would say 100 to 110 proof. Nothing crazy, but some full flavored.
Finished?
Finished a little bit lower proof, I would say, because if you go to high proof finish, then it's going to be a little bit too much.
Sagamore rye? Sherry?
Or just a regular Sagamore rye for that matter. I love that double oak.
How about a Dark Arts?
I think you'd be fine at a Dark Arts, depending on the finish, yeah.
I don't know what goes with Brothers of the Leaf, but I can tell you some of those like multi-finished barrel products are really good with cigars.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, single malts typically work really well with cigars. I'm sitting here just looking at our tables, right? And K-Lukes, pretty much any of the K-Lukes would go pretty well.
What about the bone snap or the Boot Clap Rye?
I bet that would go.
I
good.
think you'd be fine.
We drank a rye 3 toasted pick with cigars last night, and that was really good.
Yeah, toasted ryes are typically really good. We've done a Hughes Brothers toasted rye, and it just so
That
good
was
to stick.
super good.
Yeah, I like that, the marshmallowy thing, the kind of campfire. It really, really goes good.
Yep, agree.
Ooh, that makes me want to mix Old Line with a toasted rye and make like a chocolate s'more kind of vibe going on.
Richie Z says, for some reason, I didn't expect EJ to be a white dude being from Hawaii.
I think that's a fair
Cheers,
statement.
Richie Z.
China might drop.
I'm not from Hawaii. I was just lucky enough to live there for 6 years, so
Surf's up, dude.
that's all I got.
Yeah.
Vic, is there anything in your glass, sir?
Here we go. Wild Turkey 70.
Is that the end of the bottle still?
Yeah, I'm taking it easy, man. Too much Saturday.
Richard Z says, it's cool. My friends are white and brown. All right, yeah, I'll probably have to hop off stream here to go hop on my phone and do this cigar.
It's all right. The Turks can run the show, right?
I'll have to. Well, I can hop on my phone and just I'll have to end the stream though.
Yeah.
Well, would you know?
Huh?
Yeah, you could just leave it running.
We'd have to plug in.
Hey, Big Vic, you see this awesome cigar torch? Works really well. You should get one.
Let me see here. Jesus.
Do you have a backyard you can go to, Dan, so your head's not on a swivel?
I do. It's gonna be on a swivel either way.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I've heard.
If he's got his phone on speaker, we just start, yelling out things and see what's going to activate the gangs.
Let me see here. So how could I do this?
Just go outside and log into StreamYard.
You can't hook your stream up to your Nest camera.
My Nest camera. Let's see, Streamlabs.
Or
I don't think I can.
Or the crotch cam, something.
That's where my catheter's hooked in, man. You can't see
Oh,
that.
Jesus Christ! Is that how you whiskey tubers do it?
Let's see. I'd prefer to stay on stream, but if for some reason I can't, let's see. What the fuck's my password at?
You should add this to the, you should add this to the blooper reel, Dan.
It should be.
I think you should send all of the bloopers to Ethan and let him make it.
That sounds fun.
That sounds like a birthday present for you, honestly.
What the fuck is the password, man?
Vic, is it chilly out in Cali?
Getting there. It's a little bit. I mean, it's not horrible right now.
Yeah, it's 40-something in Oregon.
We got Eskimo Vic over here.
Josh Friss says, activate the gangs. Well, that bad of an area? Yeah, it's not great.
I got my window open right now. It's like 50, 56 here, 57.
That's perfect sleeping temperature.
Hell yeah.
Let me see.
My window's open. I'm on Whiskey Tube, and my wife is sick again in the guest room.
Oh, no.
That's not fun.
No, it's not fun for her at all. It's terrible.
She been hanging out with Adam Shelton?
Oh man, that's a creepy question. Only I thought he would ask.
Let me see. I don't know if I can get to it from my phone or not.
Yeah, it's 55 here. It's not bad. As long as the wind's not blowing, it's fine.
55 is a good temperature.
55 with a 10 to 15 mile an hour breeze.
Oh, that's amazing.
No, that's how
That's
you get
still
sick.
shorts weather.
Nipples are going to cut glass doing that shit, dude.
Turkey's done.
Has everyone picked up their bottle of turkey that they're going to drink on Turkey Day?
Nope. Yeah. Gotta figure that out.
I think there's going to be a lot of 70ths cracked that night.
I think I need another one of those, to be honest with you.
Last year we cracked the Russell's 13 with Adam on Thanksgiving.
Nice.
Yeah, that was fun.
See, I don't know how to get to it from my phone. It doesn't have it seems like it doesn't have the same functions as
should just be able to open it in a browser if someone else can log in as you.
Well, can you use the link and just try to link in from the phone, just like how we did?
Yeah, that only TalkTalk has a problem with that.
So I think he would have to figure out how to end the live at that point. I mean, if it doesn't give him the option, because for some reason, like tonight, we don't see all the extra features normally. We see like
Yeah.
in live and all. We don't see it on our end.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. For some reason, it's being weird on the phone. I don't know why, but I mean, there's no way for me to hop on from. I mean, I can hop on like through the link if I go onto YouTube through the link. I can hop on, but I have to.
What's I mean? You leave your PC running and then just
Yeah. You know what? Maybe I can do that and just hop on from my phone.
just hit the link and see if that allows you. But you should be able to do it right now.
Try that.
But just make sure to add yourself before you go outside, because we, for whatever reason, we don't have that ability right
Okay.
now.
Let me try it real quick. Can someone post the link in there real quick,
Sure.
please?
Ethan's got it.
No,
Oh,
I can. Yes.
Oh,
That was a question.
I haven't. So yes.
And stay on unless you have to go. No, Richie, I'm gonna stay on. I'm gonna hop on through my phone here real quick.
Let's go out and have a cigar with the rest of us.
Yes.
I was going to say, if Vic's internet's working, he should go live, and you should just jump on his stream.
Where did Vic go? Oh, hold on. He's in the queue.
He's
Sorry,
been having,
Vic.
He's been having internet issues.
He's cursing at me. That's what he's doing.
No, it's the stream.
Welcome.
The stream thing. For some
All right,
reason,
so let me
it
try
fucking
this
lags.
here. Let me hop on. It's probably gonna make an echo, but let's see.
I know how that goes, Vic.
Mute your computer so you don't have the echo.
That shouldn't matter though.
No, I will. I'll pick it
Oh,
up.
will it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
Huh.
Tristan Dram's joined.
Don't add it. Don't add it. That's weird.
We're going to break the space-time continuum here, boys.
From my phone.
There you go.
Whoa.
This is like back to
You
the
turn the
future.
volume off on one.
Whoa.
Marty's,
Mario, what are you doing?
Marty's about to watch his parents. Up the
I
chest.
am
hair
your
cam.
father, Luke.
This is the chest hair cam right here.
We're here.
Oh baby,
Oh
you're
shit!
gonna break the internet.
Oh man.
Look away, folks.
That's fire, buddy.
Oh my God! Somebody clip that shit right the fuck now.
I muted Dan there. I can hide it there. It's on the desktop. We don't have the right options. On
Dan's
the phone, I have all the options.
It's echoing.
Whoa.
You gotta mute.
Dan's moving sexy back.
Stop.
I muted
Hold on.
Dan. Well, I muted
Yeah.
Dan's laptop.
There you go.
So I think we're good.
Yeah.
Easier than a poll.
Way easier than a poll, man.
Let's go Ducks. They just won.
Oh, nice.
Dude, I have not watched any hockey this year.
4-2 against the Stars.
Fuck them. They beat the Bruins last week. Screw
We're
them.
talking about the Oregon Ducks.
What was that?
We're talking about the Oregon Ducks. They're the only Ducks that matter.
No,
The Anaheim
we're talking
Ducks.
about the Anaheim Ducks.
Hockey, hockey,
Which
buddy.
corner now, EJ?
Let's see. Boom. Them and Jay.
The Fiddler
A fiddler.
He's drinking the
The
Diddler.
M&J, the soloist one.
or Soloist.
The M&J soloist. That thing is very unique flavors.
I still have not found an ASW that I really love.
I like most of them. This one is a really interesting flavor profile, though.
Just
It's
get
very
the craft.
spicy.
I get the crafty note that I can't get past.
Oh,
Maybe they're just bad picks.
yeah, I get that with a lot of them. I get that with like Westward and Westland and some of the other ones, but ASW I don't get it too much on.
Tommy D, you're the only ugly one missing here, bro.
He's getting ready for Christmas on the North Pole. Relax.
Oh, that's right. He's on top of the elves right now.
Peter B, come on in.
Underneath.
Have a smoke.
Yeah, come on, Peter.
All right.
Dan, you look happy.
What do you say?
I said you look happy.
I am.
Well, Ethan and Big Vic, I'm down to 3 of these guys. That's my last 3 for now.
Those are delicious.
Those are freaking currency, man.
Yes.
They might as well be
Don't
gold.
find another bar.
Hey, educate me. What the hell did you just hold up?
Monte Cristos.
They were the Monte Cristo Habanas,
Havanas. Okay.
so from Cuba.
Yeah.
You stole them from the dictator himself.
Yep. The same guy got, we got a box. I only got one of them, but the Cohiba Bohiques.
Mm.
Holy cow.
A lot
That'll
of
change your view of cigars.
it
The
absolutely
Bohique?
Yep. A lot of the Cubans that I've had, right, have just not been great. But those Monte Cristos, again, it's like, oh, got it. This is what they're supposed to be. Fair enough.
This is what everyone talks about.
That's a good cigar, man. It tastes good.
It's amazing what happens with proper humidity, huh, Dan?
Yeah.
The Brothers of the Leaf.
I'm staying close to my door in case I gotta run inside.
Dude, it can't be that bad. Come on. Aren't you near a school?
Huh?
Aren't you near a school?
Kind of that way.
There's a school near there. Come on.
Baltimore, Maryland, the 452nd safest city in the U.S.
Uh-huh.
If you don't die, you make it.
That's right.
To the time you live every time.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to smoke a stick next week because it's supposed to be raining in Oregon pretty much all week.
Oh, really?
Mm.
Yeah.
When do you head out?
Sunday morning.
Now if
This-
that's
Where you gonna be, Ed?
Grants Pass,
Oh, down there, Southern Oregon.
Southern Oregon.
Grass Pan.
now if you can't smoke a cigar for a week, will you have withdrawals?
No, it won't be a problem.
Get yourself a cheap little easy up.
Hey, Turks, can you see if someone else joins? Because
Yep.
I can't from here.
Yeah, we can on Ethan's phone.
Okay, because Peter B said he might join.
Yeah, so Ethan has it up, waiting for him.
Yeah, we're good so far.
There's one right.
EJ, I'm assuming you're southern or not southern, central to northern Oregon.
Yep.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
hi.
Grants Pass is Southern Oregon. I'm in Portland,
Oh, okay.
so a couple more hours north. I mean, if you make it a couple more hours north of Portland, let me know, and welcome to our whiskey shed. The Turks have been here, and you can get their review on it.
It's outstanding,
It is.
especially hanging out with MJ and the pups too. We
Yeah.
didn't get to meet Bella, but hopefully soon.
Lily is the only English bulldog I've ever met that plays fetch.
Oh my! She thinks he's a retriever.
Yep.
Hi, MJ.
English bulldog playing fetch.
Hi, MJ.
Hi, guys.
I thought I heard you back there. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. When are you coming back to visit?
Not soon enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, this cigar, this cigar draws. It draws really hard, but it doesn't look like it's burning. It's weird.
Is it too moist?
What?
Is it too moist?
Dan thought you were asking about him, not the cigar.
Yeah. You know what happens after a couple drinks, man. I mean, come on.
You got what? Okay. This is fucked. I really thought I was
I know, earmuffs. Somebody should warn me.
Oh, Katie, you're just as bad. Don't play innocent.
Thank you.
So are rye pretty much the cold weather preferred cold weather whiskey?
For me, it is.
Yeah, I agree.
The spice will warm you up.
Whiskey is the preferred cold weather whiskey.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I'm sure I'll pick up a bottle or two on the way up, but if I don't, I may have to grab one and take it with me just to be on the safe side.
I mean, you might as well wait. Oregon has the best whiskey prices in the country.
Oh my god, that's true. Gross.
And no sales tax. Thank you.
And no sales tax.
That is awesome. The price on the shelf is the price you pay.
Yep. And there's some good stores down that way through Medford and Ashland and then Grants Pass. There's some good stores.
Yeah, there's a couple I usually hit. There's one on the way. I think it's before you start going up the grade. It's just on the other side of Reading. But there's a liquor store. It's at a gas station. Now they got a lot of museum pieces, but there's some gems.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
Cheers,
Hey,
Peter.
What's up, Pedro?
Peter?
Sorry, Peter. Cheers, Peter.
Hey, how you doing, Jonathan? How's everybody?
Hey, what's going on, friend? How you doing, buddy?
Much. I got picked out a cigar, had to get some water and a drink, and I had to change my shirt. I was wearing a hoodie that would have upset Dan immensely today. My excuse.
Grab some water.
Yeah, I was wearing my Steeler hoodie, and I go, "That's really a bad idea." So,
What cigar did you pick out?
Oh yeah, dude, that was a crazy good game too.
I got a EP Carrillo the Alliance. Carrillo. So, the Allegiance. I always forget that. Allegiance. So, I like the Carrillos a lot.
What happened to Vic? Did he get frozen?
Yeah.
No, he's right there.
Am I frozen?
I'm here.
He's not talking about his internet. He's talking about how cold you are right now, Vic.
Do you have
And
like
I'm having a little. I'm gonna have a little Peerless double oaked with this.
Okay, double
Nice.
oak. Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
choice.
bourbon or rye?
The rye.
Okay. That's the one I have not tried yet. I like the double oak bourbon.
The bourbon's good. I enjoy it. I like the rye a little better, but
Bourbon's got definitely heavier and oakier notes. I haven't tried the rye, but I know that double oaked is probably a little on the oakier side, but I like the oakier style bourbon, so
It's nice.
for my palate it works.
I don't think either's. They're both can't misses. I like them both a lot. So
Prices are a little less to be desired for Peerless, but hey, it is
That's
what it
the
is.
issue. Well, I went to a store that put them out for basically cost, not MSRP at cost, and they bumped them up a month, like 2-3 weeks later. But so I got them for the bourbon in the 60s and the rye maybe 80ish, which is way better than the normal one.
So is that a GHB laced bottle of baby oil?
Oh my god.
Oh, God.
Yes, it is. Caught red-handed.
Yeah, you missed your baby, Katie, huh?
I did.
Mhm.
Yeah. His mom brought all 3 of them over yesterday once we got home, and left the 2 of them with us in addition to Lady. So
Does Dan have a perfect draw tool?
I don't think so.
Okay. We'll have to work on
What
that.
If you have a
Yeah, I had the same one that that we got for the meetup.
The non-meetup. Say it right.
For the meetup.
Non-meetup.
The non-meetup.
Yeah, so Dan, when you have issues with the draw and it seems a little too tight, then what you can do is use the perfect draw, which usually it's basically like I'll call it, for all intents and purposes, like a needle or something like that, poker. But you can push it down the middle of it, pull it back. It's usually got some grab to it, and it'll kind of open up the middle of that cigar.
Yeah, that didn't sound dirty at all.
Sure. I was trying. Could you not tell I was searching for my words because I know the minute.
Bro, like you just go back and listen to those. I might need a tissue.
I get it, and trying to say the right words with a bunch of 5-year-olds.
Let me rephrase it for you. It's basically a little tool. It's a cigar drill. There you go, cigar drill. Hand.
Okay.
It's a little tool. Yep.
Right.
It's a
Yeah.
little tool.
That won't go sideways.
Let me unzip my cigar drill.
You went there, not me, so that's okay. But it's a cigar drill. It basically just gets it so you get a good flow because sometimes it needs a little help.
And
Yeah, no, this one actually pulls a lot. Like I was saying, like this actually has a lot of smoke to it.
Oh, well, then you're.
Oh, so then you got a good draw.
Which one did you pick, Dan?
The Brothers of the Leaf.
Yeah, so it's a Connecticut shade wrapper. I forget all the details on it, but yeah, it's a Drew Estate collab with Brian from Brothers of the Leaf, and then the Brothers of the Leaf Facebook community. It's a good stick,
Or Reddit community, I forget.
whichever it is. Yeah.
No, Richie, they weren't.
William
They're all
Hall,
right.
that old Overholt, the A Overholt is delicious. It's a whole different rye flavor. It's not the typical spicy rye. It's really creamy with that Monongahela rye in it.
Oh yeah.
That's like a more typical Pennsylvania rye, right?
Yeah.
We got to try that with Marty. Not this last time, but the time before last.
All right, so Katie, you can answer this. Can he pronounce the word Monongahela, or does he like have his own version of that?
I think he said, "Just try this."
Always the UN, Katie Turk.
Malanga, hey!
Oh, I hope he sees.
So
this.
let me ask you guys: is it better to keep the ash on the cigar or not?
Yes.
Yeah, you're supposed to keep it on until it wants to fall off, or
Let it drop naturally.
Yeah, you're
Breathe
outside,
on
so
your
it's not
trees.
big of a deal. But if you're inside or close quarters, then that's where you got to make a judgment call. Otherwise, yeah, it ends up down the front of you.
And sometimes you call wrong. Like you leave it too long, you're in shorts, and the ash hits you in the leg, and 3 months later you still got a burn mark. But that's the nature of the beast.
That happened to me yesterday.
Sometimes you guess wrong, but my wife still goes, "Damn, that thing's still there when you wear shorts." I go, "Yeah, that was a good one."
Don't say it.
If I was older, I'd call social services, say my wife's beating an old guy. She's burning me with the cigars.
With cigars.
Hey,
So with
speaking of beating an old guy, you guys watch Mike Tyson get his ass whooped, right?
That was
Get
a
his ass
joke.
whooped.
Jonathan,
Whole thing was a
guy's
joke.
58 years old. He didn't die. He's so
They both collected a paycheck. That's all that was about.
he didn't die. He's my age. He's literally born the same month and the same year. I'm on one new hip. I need another one. My knees are bad. I have to, when I'm golfing, if I have to pick something up, you hear things crack, and I'm like, oh my
Peter,
God.
you're a big dude. You could have probably hung in that fight too, man. Come on.
No, I would have been dead. If a 27-year-old guy that's relatively fit, I'm dead. My head can't swing around for a jab. It would be, that's it. I'd be in traction. Oh,
Man, just keep drinking Barrel Proof. You
Yeah,
build
exactly, Josh. Money grab.
money grab for
the
sure.
money grab. But
For sure.
if you're Jake Paul, you're like, I just fought a 58-year-old guy, and I didn't knock him out.
Right. I just fought a 50-year-old guy who almost died in June
Yeah.
and didn't knock him out.
So with these smaller cigars, the thinner cigars, do you not need as big as a cut with them? Is that why it's drawing so hard, you think?
Usually, if you cut more than normal, then it'll draw better sometimes, but you then have the risk of it unraveling on you because there's a cap of the cigar that holds the top of that together so it doesn't like unravel on you.
But it all depends on the construction of the stick too.
They may have
Yeah.
packed it a little
They
tight,
might have packed it too tight, and
and that's what the
Yeah.
drill's for.
the
Gotcha.
perfect draw. Yeah,
Or it could be too humidified too.
or that.
Dan, I have these Cohibas I got. They smoke great, but they were packed too tight. As soon as I get one, immediately I just get, the perfect
Did you
draw.
drill it?
My version of one, and I have to immediately punch, little hole right through it, and it's perfect.
No, this is drawing like really well. Like it's a lot of smoke. That's what I was saying. Like I don't know if I cut too big of a
Oh, then
hole
it's
or
drawing
not.
well. You're good.
Oh no,
If it's
No.
not unraveling or whatever, then you cut it.
You did it
Cut it
good.
fine.
Dan, you did it well.
It tastes great.
That's the key.
what did it taste
Yeah.
like?
It's chocolate,
Victory.
like burnt chocolate.
Tastes like
with whiskey, it tastes like burnt chocolate.
Yeah, and that's the thing with cigars. When I sip whiskey with cigars, it takes the proof right off. Even the first sip of the night, like I don't get any proof off of anything really. You'll feel a Kentucky hug. Don't get me wrong. If it's got proof, then I'll feel it in the chest. But usually my tongue's not burning or anything like that from it. But what it does take away though is some of the nuances with whiskey. So you'll get some of the basic flavors and stuff, and it's good. But if you're looking for those finer nuances in a whiskey, a lot of times the cigars will mute that a little bit. So
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's spot on.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's why sometimes the
Jonathan,
slightly higher proof-
what you drinking, buddy?
Still the early times, man.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Going
Just,
light.
Yeah, this bottle's going fast, actually.
So, Vic, you were on till 5 on Saturday?
No, I was till 5 Sunday morning.
Oh, Sunday, I mean, yeah. I got up
That's crazy.
8:20 my time, which was 5:20 your time. I got up. I was on the golf course at 9:10.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was a long night.
yeah. I was off at like 10:30 your time. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I got almost 7 hours. I got 6.5.
I saw he was up. I got up to take a piss and I checked my phone and I was like, what the fuck? It had to have been like 4 a.m. your time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, jeez.
If anything, I clicked on it for 20 seconds to hit the like button and then went back to bed.
Appreciate that.
Yep.
Always do. Takes no
So-
effort to do that.
So Turks, you guys like the 1845?
That is delicious. It's like bubblicious.
See, I get a little bit of that bubble gum, but for me, it's like if you took like a bran cereal or something, like something semi-grainy, but then you just smothered it in honey. So about the time for me that I'm like, it's a little grainy, it just goes so sweet, and it's like, oh, never mind, this is delicious.
It was like sugar smacks. Drinking it, it smelled like bubblicious.
Yeah.
1845. What is that? Is that the one from WOTY?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a Texas
Yeah.
whiskey.
He says that's one of the few whiskeys out of Texas that he can palate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and this
Like,
is a
it's
4
just-
grain
it's-
small batch.
Yeah, the one he gave me, I guess, was when they first started, they had a barrel that was like a honey barrel, and so they bottled a handful of those out of that from that barrel and sent them for contests or whatever. And I guess it won a lot of awards. And then he kind of sat on it and didn't release it for a while. And then I guess he had about 15, 20 bottles left in that barrel, so he bottled them. And then Woody was able to pick up a couple extra of those bottles, which is one of the ones I have. But like I said, I hadn't cracked it yet. So, but that might be next because I have it out here. So.
Nice.
There you go.
So what's been your guys? I know it varies, but like, is there a whiskey that is consistently good with cigars?
Joseph Magnus Cigar Blend.
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know. I mean, we've had some really good ones with, on the streams that we've had. But I'm telling you, the one that comes out, the one that still resonates the most is that toasted rye that the Turks paired with it.
The
That
huge,
toasted
yes.
rye, that thing was pretty stellar.
Dan, that paired so well. Toasted rye. That's why I went with this. I was like, this is pretty good too. But that Hughes is freaking. That was a great call. Yeah.
That was one of the Seal Box Hughes Brothers toasted rye picks.
Yep.
It was a 6-year.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, any double barrel rye, any toasted rye has been fantastic in my opinion. The Buzzard's Roost, those cigar ryes, they have been excellent pairings. But those bottles are, admittedly, they're weird. On their own, they're weird. The other, I guess, the brand that just bottom line for me works all the time is the actual Brothers of the Leaf label. The bourbon and the rye, both of them are fantastic, but they're blended to be drank with cigars. And Brian hit it head on, like perfect.
I've never had those. If I don't know what
that's a Barrel King.
That's a Barrel King.
That's the Barrel King.
I know that. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The Magnificent Seven.
Yep. The Barrel King Cigar Blend.
Yep.
Yeah, that Magnificent
Dan,
Seven.
I'm not sure. If I'm smoking a cigar and I'm not sure how it'll pair. To me, I always go like a higher rye bourbon, and I think Four Roses Small Batch Select has always been good with cigars for me. Small Batch Select.
Oh, you get a lot of cocoa notes on that one. I can see that.
It's from there you can decide what you want, because I think it's a good proof, and it from there I go, more high.
Guys, this is also great with cigars.
That's great with anything.
And you like
rum, the Madeira. Yeah, I mean, I like a finished rum with a cigar too, though.
Oh.
The sweetness of the rum toned down a little bit by the finish or whatever it is. It works perfectly for a cigar for me.
It's
Some
like
of those. Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Maybe
Some days I like
that
it even more.
maybe that Foregate, the one that's Madeira and rum finish, maybe that's what you're looking for to have with your cigar.
Yeah, I mean that Boot Clap rye I had drinking with this was that was really nice. But I agree, John. I think that rum would probably pair pretty well with that.
Rums go very good. They're awesome.
Yeah, Josh said Joseph cigar batch.
Yeah, cognac goes really well with cigars.
Agreed. Especially an older cognac.
Like a bourbon finished in a sherry cask is a good start.
I don't know,
Get a little
Dan,
bit of sweetness to it.
If you'd like, Dan, you could send a couple samples of that O-line rum that you picked that you had, and I can try a couple cigars with it to let you know how it is.
I got to figure out what the hell I did with that.
Ed's getting no pressure out of that.
Kick them off stream. Don't give up that rum.
Oh, that rum was so freaking good.
There's more of that in the pipeline. So
now, Dan, just to go into this.
Oh, yeah, there is.
This is where you got to start to be strategic. When you get to about here in the burn, that's when you got to start to make a decision. I let it rest, because that's going to come in a little bit, Yep.
Yeah.
Because gravity eventually is going to take this. And you'd rather not have, well, I'm not on shorts today, but
Ed,
you'd rather not have it on your skin.
smell the samples.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're sitting on the desk inside, so whatever.
Just knows them. You'll fucking automatically know which one is.
Oh, wait a minute. You talking about the ones that are finished versus not finished, Vic?
No, not those. We got another pick coming.
Yeah. Another good
I
pairing
think
that
I
we
know.
did. What, believe it or
The
not, I mean,
online pick.
yeah. Another really good pairing was
Ethan,
that.
is this cigar supposed to be chocolatey?
Can be.
Yep.
That good one.
Sometimes it's where your mouth was last, Dan.
Oh shit! What happened? What happened?
Oh,
Hi, Sammy.
Hey, Sammy.
Say
Sammy.
hi.
Oh
They're
no.
saying hi.
Sammy.
Hi, Sammy.
Hi.
Oh.
Do you see who it is, Sammy?
1 second. I got this.
Sammy. You see who's here? Hi, Joanne. You see the puppy? She's like, no.
Oh, she didn't see the dogs.
Yeah, if you run across the E.H. Taylor Corojo cigar and pair
Those are
that
solid.
actually with the E.H. Taylor
Those
small
are
batch,
bangers.
that was another good pairing.
Cool. How about?
Yep.
No gunshots yet, Dan?
Huh?
No gunshots yet?
No, thank God. You'll see me skedaddle inside here real quick.
Duck and cover.
Yeah. I
Duck
don't
and
have
cover.
anything here to protect me, so.
Well, it's all drifting drams now.
Well, he decided he wanted to come see.
Ah,
I like your coffee, Jackson.
Me too. Action Jackson.
Right.
Hell
Lots
yeah.
of action.
But that Rocky Patel, the San Andreas 2006 with like the Mexican decaf or the Mexican coffee, that thing's excellent. Like that one I would prefer with a coffee over a whiskey. That stick.
There's a couple. Yeah.
If you want chocolatey notes, drink it with or smoke it with coffee. That's where you really get your chocolatiness from.
Yep.
You know what's weird, and I don't really know too much about cigars, but this has like a chocolatey, nutty flavor to it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's normal, but
that's totally normal.
Yep.
By the way, Dan, I'm going to make you feel a little better. As bad as you stored your cigars, you got nothing on my brother. I went a couple years, like 10, 12 years back, I went to the Bahamas and I bought a box of Cubans. So I gave him like 6 or 7, and I actually gave him an old mini humidor. And so I come back about 3-4 months later. This was like in December, January. And I go, hey, why don't we have a cigar? It's like 50 degrees out. He goes, oh, yeah. I go, you use the humidor. No, I got better than the humidor. I put him in the refrigerator.
Oh, damn.
I'm sitting there with my mouth going. I go, Andy, the humidor is humid. What is a refrigerator? A fridge isn't humid? I go, no. It's the
It dries
driest
stuff
place
out?
in your house. He opened them up. I hadn't seen them since they were literally, one of them started to crumble. I spent 2 hours over like boiling water, trying to get a little like boiled distilled water, the water, and trying to just. I revived 2 out of like 3. It was like, oh my God! He put them in the fridge.
Just do what Schwarzenegger does. Just dip it in some rum or whiskey or tequila or
Tequila.
something.
Yeah, he's a big.
They'll come back.
Okay, sure, Doug. So don't worry, Dan. You did not do the worst.
Well, thanks for making him feel better, Peter.
Oh, I still make fun of my brother regularly on that one. I go, Andy, here's a cigar. You're gonna put it in the fridge? Fuck you.
Well, that
now I gotta put it in a Ziploc bag out in my car.
Yeah, that cigar
Absolutely.
Dan had probably about a month ago now. That thing literally was just coming apart in your hands as you were trying to smoke it. I remember you're like, is it supposed to be like this? It's like,
yeah, it was
you know what?
bad.
that cigar reminded me of like what happened to the Avengers in Infinity War. Everybody just disappeared, and dusted away.
Yeah. Well, the best thing was Dan reaches out the
Everyone
next
run.
day and he's like, I found the wrapper to a cigar outside. It's like, yep, you sure did. We told you not to do it.
So it's all right.
As this gets down to the end, it gets more chocolatey for some reason.
Yeah, so that's to me, I would say that's the mark of a more carefully blended cigar. They'll use different fillers inside, and they'll wrap it differently so that as you go down the cigar, the flavor profile will change.
Yeah.
Huh.
And that's why I smoked mine down to the nubs, is for that same reason, because as long as you don't smoke them too fast, because if you smoke them too fast, then you'll get more like acrid smoke, or almost kind of like that, I hate to say it, like an ashtray flavor, or what an ashtray would taste like. But if I get more chocolatey, chocolate or coffee notes as I get towards the end of the cigar.
Or dip it into the Lewinsky.
Hey, he did not inhale. Okay, he did not inhale.
Those are only for the El Presidentes.
Yeah, an Arkansas special, we call that.
What you if you inhale them?
No, we're just making a joke on the whole Lewinsky thing.
Do any of you guys inhale these or no?
No.
Oh God, no.
Are you guys trying to teach Dan a retro hail? Oh,
Nope.
No, not
Vic,
yet.
you do?
I did it once.
Tricky.
Ethan's mom will inhale.
That's a bad idea. Don't inhale them. Retro
Don't
hails
inhale.
are good.
Retro hails are tricky.
Yeah, retro hails are good, but they will knock you on your ass with the wrong cigar. But you get more flavor.
You do.
Yeah. But yeah, if you inhale them, you'll most likely get sick to your stomach.
You know what? I'm trying something.
Yeah, you'll turn green.
And not the fun way.
Nope.
I'm gonna try this.
No. That's a crazy thing to me. Dan's pulling out this chocolatiness and the nuttiness all without freaking retrohaling. Sometimes I hate you, Dan.
What?
Because you're getting flavors that I get only when I retrohale without retrohaling. You're freaking palate, man. It's not fair.
Okay.
Super chocolatey, man.
All that talk of rum made me go get a couple just to compare.
Good man.
I got a Barbados plantation, and I got a Jamaican one here. Ooh.
Ooh, that Jamaican will be real funky.
That's why I want to try it. This is
Yep.
I was actually telling Vic, this is an interesting one. One by Proof and Wood, and
Okay.
I met I met the owner at a thing. Really nice guy, Dave Schmeier, I forget what, but he was just putting this out, and he's from Connecticut, didn't even know it. He does tumbling dice, representative, all that.
Representative, senator, those two, right?
The presidential tumbling dice, yep, all that.
Yeah.
The senator, yeah, you said the senator. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, Josh, retrohaling is when instead of exhaling the smoke through your mouth, you exhale it through your nose.
And it burns.
And so yes, it will burn, but you have a lot of your flavor receptors are in your mouth, but also in your nose, right? That's why you smell so much more, or you taste so much more, as long as you smell your whiskey. If you have a cold or something, you won't taste your whiskey very well because so many of your flavor receptors are in your nose. So by retrohaling, you push that smoke through your nose, and you get a lot more flavors out of it. But yeah, if you retrohale a lot of smoke, it will hurt. But like your people have been smoking cigars for 30 years, your master blenders for cigar companies. Some of them they'll retrohale the smoke and then suck it back into their mouth and just do that loop constantly to where they get like every little flavor possible in that cigar. It's incredible to watch.
I like the pot still good. Ooh, that's good.
Yeah, don't try that with whiskey.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's usually when I inhale the cigar or when I pull a draw on it, and then I'll let some of it go out of my mouth, and then I'll take the rest and retrohale it. Otherwise, yeah, if you try to do the whole draw out your nose, oh yeah, your nose is going to start running. You're going to sneeze. It's going to be
on the side.
Pretty unpleasant.
And helado.
But it's something you got to get used to.
Yeah.
Definitely takes a little practice.
Oh.
And try not to do it after drinking a ton.
No much tortilla.
It will end badly. Oh, that's fun.
This cigar is good, man.
Yeah, no, you got quite a few good cigars there, so yeah, you'll enjoy those. And that's the thing, you'll pick up like whiskey or anything else, you'll pick up a few nuances that'll be similar, but you know, with the good cigars, there's going to be a couple notes out of it that are going to be slightly different. So.
Yeah, and it's like so again, like with whiskey, right? The different distilleries, the different brands, even the different labels, they have like their signature flavor profile with whiskey. With cigars, it's the same thing. Your master blenders, they have a way they like to blend cigars. So there's one brand that I really like. It's a guy named Alan. The brand is Family by Loyalty. He is super, super anal about how he blends his cigars. He wants 2 solid transitions. He wants the first third of the cigar to taste the one way, the second third to taste another way, and the final third to taste a different way. And if it doesn't, he will throw that blend out every day, all day. Like, that is his thing. It has to have concrete transitions and taste very different across the cigar. Some people, they want that chocolatey note to stay and other things to come in and out. Some people want the same profile across the cigar. Like, again, they all have what they like, essentially, and that's how they blend their cigars.
Yeah. There's a YouTube channel called Master Your Ash, and he works in the spirits industry, and usually he'll do a cigar review, and then at the end he'll give you a couple different spirits. It may not be whiskey, some are whiskeys, some are rums, some are different types of spirits on what would go best with that cigar, which is really why I like that one, or his channel. Because a lot of the other YouTubers, they'll kind of just, cigar YouTubers, they'll just give you the flavor notes of the cigar, but I like it when he recommends, or he'll pair it and he'll smoke them, and he'll give you a review for both at the same time, which is kind of nice. It's one of the few guys that do it, or the only one I know of. I'm sure there's others, but
yeah, I mean, it's not easy to do, right? A lot of times, like, there's been a number of times I thought I had a pairing that was spot on. This is going to be great. I light up the cigar, I take a few puffs, I drink the whiskey, and I go, oh, Jesus Christ, this is a bad pairing. And I know the whiskey's good, but together they do not work.
Sometimes, yeah, it's different.
Mm-hmm. All right, kids, it's past my bedtime. I've been working here and listening to you all talk, and it's been very entertaining. And
love you, buddy.
Good night, Jonathan. Be well.
All right, Jonathan.
Good seeing you,
buddy.
Be good, guys.
Good to see you.
Good.
Yeah, I'm checking the background every so often. So if I miss somebody, just ping in chat. I'll make sure to get you added. But
all right, so I've smoked this thing down to the nub, basically, man.
Attaboy.
Yep.
Dan, good for you. That's how you do it.
My eyeballs are going.
There you go.
I'm like right up to the wrapper.
You got to go past the wrapper.
Oh, you still got to go past the wrapper.
Oh,
yeah,
Dan,
pull the wrapper off.
That ain't the nub.
Yeah, take the wrapper off.
Yeah.
Ed, show Dan the nub. You got to have one there.
Oh, I don't have. It's not down there yet, but.
Oh, well, I thought you had one close before.
Katie, earmuffs. You got to take the panties off and then keep smoking, man.
All right.
Now you're speaking Dan's language.
So yeah, Dan,
now we're talking, man.
you got to get past you got to get past the what Ed said.
Whew.
All That's when it gets good.
Well, yeah, because a lot of times what a blender will do is the strength of the cigar will increase as you smoke it, right? Because if it hits really hard up front, it may make you sick. But if it gradually builds, well, almost like the proof of a whiskey, you know, it's way more pleasant, and it kind of keeps it fresh. You don't get fatigue.
Yeah, good cigars will evolve a little bit. You know, they'll change.
Exactly.
Josh Fritz says, I can't afford bourbon, rabbit hole, let alone another cigars.
But he said he's been thinking about pipes. We'll see.
Yeah.
Ask Ethan about pipes. Ask Ethan
Actually,
and Dad. Ask them.
Pipes are the cheaper
Add the
way
head.
to go. Pipes really are the cheaper way to go because the pipes themselves are a little bit pricey, but
Tobacco's
tobacco is cheap.
So we got home
Tobacco
from,
is pretty inexpensive.
we got home from our last trip, and somebody gave Ethan a whole bunch of pipe
I
tobacco.
got to do that.
And before we left, we were home for like 3 days, and then we left for Louisiana. It was kind of a crazy busy weekend, and we left it on the table. Well, Ethan's mom came to the house yesterday, and she goes, I left tobacco on this chair. I left cigars on this chair. I left whiskey in this chair to clear off your table. I was like, look, we didn't realize you were coming over for dinner, let alone didn't have time to put it all in its place. Ethan goes, oh yeah, that's tobacco too. I was like, oh my goodness. So stop.
It's probably
There
definitely.
are times. Yeah, there are times I prefer a pipe over a cigar. It's kind of fun.
I like a pipe for shorter duration, right? Like
Exactly,
I
yeah.
can smoke a pipe between meetings when I'm working from home, or I work from home all the time. But as I'm working from home, it's a really nice way. If I have like just a really shitty meeting that makes me want to yell at people, I'll go outside and smoke a pipe, and then suddenly I feel better. I'm good. I don't have to yell at anybody anymore.
There you go.
Yeah, whatever works.
Is it normal for it to like become unwrapped at the end? Just
I mean,
far
it's
down.
not crazy uncommon, but it shouldn't happen often.
That might be indicative of you may have cut too much off.
Remember, you said you cut it a lot? What Ed said. Remember when you said you cut it a good amount off the initial cut? Well, what do you got, Ed?
Well, that's the one we were talking about earlier. It's that 1845.
Oh, nice.
I
It's
got
out
the
of
graves.
Texas.
Ah,
Kathy Graves.
Yeah, cheers, Kathy.
Hi, Kathy
So-
Graves.
Blair
Yeah,
Witch.
Dan, if you look at a different one of those cigars, you don't have to right now, but when you look at them, you'll see at the very end, they have what they call a cap, and it's literally just a small piece of a tobacco leaf they put around the very tip of the cigar. And so if you cut further down from that cap, that's where you'll get your unravel.
Gotcha.
You
Okay.
want to
That
keep
cap
it
keeps
cut
everything kind
north
of
of
together.
the cap.
So
Exactly.
maybe that's what I did because it's becoming
Yeah.
unwrapped at the end.
Yeah, you probably cut a little too far down.
And-
Again, it's common. It happens. It's
And-
not
Or
a
you
big
moist the tip too much.
yeah.
deal. That's possible too. If you're a chewer.
Just need to moisten it just a little bit. Just a little bit.
We're not on private. Nope, not going there.
Yeah. If you soak it in cider first, then it works better.
We'll have to go plan one of those perfect draws so that he can have the punch too, because that'll
Yeah.
help with the cap.
Yeah,
Sorry,
a
I'm going
punch
back inside.
eliminates all that concern because you just
Yeah.
punch straight through the cap. It leaves the edges of the cap alone. Like it's the simple way.
So with that whiskey, did you guys get a little more of a malty note on it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not far off. Okay, then I'm
No, and that's where I was calling like that cereal, right? It starts to go cereal, and then for me, this 4 grain was so sweet. It was just, man.
Yeah, because I think the proof wasn't far off. What your guys was what 114 or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, 114.0 actually 0. Yeah. flat.
Yeah, and this is 116 and change, so it's not that far off. And
Yep.
supposedly it's a single barrel. So
Yep. Well, there went Dano. Let's see.
He might come back in. He
Yeah,
said he was
no,
going inside.
Yeah, I'm gonna check. Just make
Bring
sure.
him back on.
Oh,
Don't let him in.
actually, this Barbados rum is.
Understand.
Oh, there he went. There he is.
there you go.
Got him.
Look at that. He survived his outside in Baltimore at night.
And he's
Little-
muted.
Dan took cover.
There you go, Dan. I got you.
Thank you.
You'll probably find this interesting, Ed. So we stopped at a cigar shop yesterday in Memphis, and they had the Johnny Tobacco Nut, but they're torpedoes
Yeah.
or perfectos.
Oh.
Epicuro.
Yeah, and
Those
so
are
Jake was
so
telling us
good.
they're from years ago.
Yeah.
That size, and it was kind of a one and done thing.
That's a Room 101 cigar as well, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Though I don't even know if they make those anymore. Like any of the Johnny Tobacco Nuts, because I know
They
they
still
do them in
do.
different. Oh, they do. They okay.
Yeah, they make the regular label, but I think it's a slightly different label.
Yeah.
Um,
Because you gave Ethan one of the ones you had,
Mm-hmm.
and then he saw this one because it came wrapped like one of the specials, so it came wrapped in
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, that's an excellent cigar, especially because that's Connecticut. It's a little milder, but it's super creamy.
yeah, it's perfect coffee cigar, man. Those well, at least I assume it will be. Most Connecticut's are.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say creamy notes, what do you mean? Like the texture?
Smooth.
It has like a texture to it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
like
not
a
as
velvet
harsh.
texture.
Correct. Yeah, some cigars when you smoke them, sometimes you'll get the strong flavors, right? They're a little more pronounced. But with a creamier cigar, you're not going to get. It's not going to be as pronounced. It's kind of like a well blended whiskey, right? You're going to get a lot of the flavors, but it's not going to be as spiky, or you're not going to have. It's just well rounded, and that's with those. It's kind of the same way. It just comes off a little. The smoke's a little richer. The flavors are not as heavy, but you get them. Like you taste them, but they're like blended together well to the point where it's not quite as harsh on the palate.
Here's a dumb question, but like, do you find that more on lighter colored cigars as opposed to darker colored cigars?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
I mean, on average, the lighter ones are gonna be a little more, but you could have some Connecticut's that they can count. They're not going to be as bold, but they'll have harsher flavors. But they're not going to be as smooth. In other words, the flavors are not going to be as well rounded on them. You're going to get certain notes, and they might be somewhat pronounced. Maybe not as heavy as like a San Andreas, like a San Andreas cigar. Like those, you're going to get some heavy chocolate notes, coffee notes, but they're going to be well pronounced. Whereas there's others that, if you find there's some San Andreas though that smoke pretty well. And aren't quite as harsh, but
and there's a lot of Maduros that are, I think, relatively easy smoking.
Oh yeah.
Maduros are very, very misleading. Everybody sees how dark the Maduros are, and they're like, "Oh, that's got to be a bold." Oh no,
no.
Really.
Maduros is the age, so that's just the aging of the tobacco. You could have multiple different types of leaves, and they can all be Maduros, and it's basically how long they age. Those leaves, the longer they age them, the darker they get.
But yeah, so like as far as the smoke goes, though, right? You'll get, and to me, that this is one of like the keynotes of a Connecticut, of a lighter cigar. You'll get anything where from you just get like light wispy smoke, and that's it, not very much, all the way to billowy smoke, right? But sometimes some cigars, when you get that billowy smoke, it's almost oily and dirty feeling, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Sometimes that's what they want in the blend. That's the profile they're looking for. But Connecticut's typically it's a really billowy, creamy, clean smoke.
Yep. And that's why they work well with coffee, because the bitterness of the coffee will kind of counteract that a little bit, and you get into those together gives you it kind of knocks some of the bitter notes out of a coffee down a little bit.
So Josh Fritz said, I wonder how the Arctic Spirit would be with a cigar or pipe.
Well,
And then he also said Spirit Walker 3, the cobbler, would be interesting as well.
I know. I'm hopeful that we can get our hands on a Spirit Walker 3.
so
sure
we've got
we
the
can,
Arctic
but-
Spirit here, so I'll tell you here shortly.
Ah. That's it. So Dan, I'm glad you enjoyed that cigar. We're bringing you to the dark side.
That was a good cigar, man. I like that cigar.
Good, man. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
I know for me, cigars are like the most
Now you got Dan
effective
smoking every week.
self-medication ever.
Yeah, you got to take that time. You got to take that time when you're smoking a cigar for you.
Yep.
It's awesome. Same with the pipe. Like, that's your time.
Exactly, EJ. Like, and definitely part of it is the nicotine, right? But a big part of it is the ritual. You're focusing on one thing. You're doing something different, right? And it just helps, for me at least, it helps the mind kind of focus and calm down and even out. It just it's a huge thing for me.
There's a relaxing thing about that ritual.
Very relaxing for sure.
Yeah.
It is. There's just something about it that when you're done with a good cigar, whether it's with a good cup of coffee or a nice pour, you're more relaxed. It is a, lack of a better, there's tons of terms I can use, zen, simple place. It's a happy place, Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So like, for example, when we were up in Virginia, so that Tuesday night, I think it was a Tuesday night, when we had dinner with Slapshot and his wife and his daughter, right? And actually, did he?
Speaking of Slapshot,
That's funny. So yeah, so Slapshot. There you go. I was having one of those days, right? And I just didn't want to see anyone or be around anyone. And Katie just looked at me, and knowing me as well as she does, she just went, "You should go smoke your pipe or a cigar." And I'm like, "No, I don't think I want to." And she said, "Ethan, stop it. Just go smoke." And so I said, "Okay." So I went out and I found a little quiet spot, and I smoked my pipe for about 30 minutes. And after that, I was perfectly fine. I was a normal person again. But I just didn't want to be near anyone prior to that.
It definitely deadens the white noise.
Yeah.
It does. It's just, yeah.
So does a specific cut on a cigar vary, right? Like, so if you do so that
versus V-cut?
Ed and Ethan go to town.
Straight versus V-cut?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
Jacob Chavez is the guy you really want to talk to about that, because Jake is
Meticulous.
super particular. Yeah, he's meticulous, exactly.
Meticulous.
Like, he has his cuts that he uses for each cigar. He knows exactly why. For me,
he's got a PhD in cigar cutting, basically.
He does.
Mhm.
He does.
For me, it's very utilitarian, right? Like, I keep it relatively simple. I punch a lot of cigars. So, like, here, I punch this cigar. So you're okay, Kate. So, like, you see here how the tip.
Yeah.
And you can see here the cap. You can kind of see this line is completely intact. Well, the punch makes it easy. It saves that cap almost all the time. But Jake will tell you he doesn't like to punch. He only likes to punch very few cigars. He likes a straight cut or a V cut, depending on what it is.
Yeah, usually for me, the torpedoes, the ones that come to a point at the end, those I will always V cut, because I get a better draw with a V cutter on those than I do if I try to straight cut it.
Yeah.
That's kind of why I was asking, because I saw one of these cigars has a very fine kind of tip, like at the end, and then as opposed to something that's round.
Yeah,
it's a pointed tip, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
so you'll get
torpedo.
I find that a V cut will give you a better draw. It doesn't clog up as quickly as if you did a straight cut on it. If it's the end of the cigar or the cap is more rounded, like a dome,
Yeah.
then I'll straight cut that one. Otherwise, the other ones, box presses, and there are some cigars where it's very flat at the cap. Those are a little tougher to try to cut.
Like that.
Just right to not destroy the cap of it. So that's when I use the punch. And yeah, I probably do punch more than 50% of the time, only because it keeps that cap intact. It doesn't fall apart at you on the end, those types of things. But the domed ones, it's a little harder to do a punch. So a straight cut a lot of times is a little easier to go. But usually the dome ones, they got a pretty good sized cap on it. So you could do a straight cut without taking the whole thing off.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, that's just my general rule of thumb. I know
you can do a punch on the domes, but I'm with that on that. Usually straight. I like those better. Yeah.
But like I said,
that's I think preference on a dome punch cut or straight cut. You know, you can do either or. I like Ed. I like the straight cut, but
yeah. But Jake's done a couple of cutting 101s on some of the puffs and pours that we've done. He's kind of gone through his dissertation on and his techniques and what he does.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, he could write his PhD on that, and it's like whenever somebody asks me stuff, I go, yeah. Whatever I tell them, I go, I got to make sure I cite my references. You know, Jake.
Yep.
So who's Jacob Chavez? Is that JAC?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
Jake.
Okay.
Chavez.
Josh Fritz says, Katie Turk, what's your guys' email address?
Awesome.
If you can't get a cobbler, maybe I'm gonna try to get you some extra. That's awesome. No, that was a really good cigar, man. It was very chocolatey for me, which I liked.
Yeah.
But I know the last cigar I smoked was way tighter than that. Like that had a very loose kind of draw to it. It felt like.
Oh, so then you didn't have to do anything. You didn't need a tool for that one. You didn't need
No, I mean the amount of smoke that came out was great.
Perfect. Good
Yeah.
for you.
And sometimes, like, even though it may have a tight draw, once you get them lit and you get into them, a lot of times that'll loosen up. So yeah, you're right. Like I usually don't use a perfect draw until I've gotten at least about halfway through the first third. If it's still super, super tight, then I'll use a perfect draw to kind of loosen it up a little bit. But I try not to, because if you use a perfect draw, sometimes you can take too much of the tobacco out, because like I said, when you put it in and you pull it out, it'll sometimes take too much tobacco out. Then you start getting to problems maybe like tunneling, or it doesn't burn right and it gets kind of weird. So it's once again, it's a feel thing. And once you get, once you've smoked a couple and you're going to get a routine down, that you're going to find that's right for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think like a perfect draw or any of those tools, it's use it if you can't get a good draw. If your draw is giving you an issue, that's when you use it. If you can smoke your cigar without it and your draw's fine, you're good to go.
Yeah. And once again, the humidity of the cigar can play a role in some of that as well. So, and I've sent it here a lot because I smoke outside here, especially this time of year. It's probably about 75 to 80% humidity out here. So what I'll do is I'll normally bring my cigars down to around 60%, 61%, and the draw may feel a little loose at first, but as I smoke them and as you're drawing in that air, the moist air, it'll start to rehydrate some of those leaves inside the cigar.
Okay.
So yeah, and if you get one that's too wet, like say if it was 70% humidity and you go outside when it's like 70 or 75% humidity outside, it may tighten up because as that moisture draws in, it may add more moisture to those leaves, and then it swells up inside, and then it's hard to draw.
Yeah.
And if you do that with like it goes the other way. If you have something that's say too dry, like that would be say 55, 56%, and you draw in the moist air, a lot of times that's when the cigars will blow up on you at the end. So that's when everything starts falling apart, or the ends of it start cracking, and it's so once again, it's also your area. So people who smoke cigars here, I might smoke them at a lower humidity than maybe somebody in Florida,
Right.
or vice versa, or it really just depends on where you're at, and like I said, what your preference is.
So yeah, that's where those Boveda packs are awesome, right? Because you can get them at different humidities. And I forget which one we gave you, but I think it was a little bit higher.
It was either 72 or 69.
Yeah. So again, that should be fine for your area because I know you're relatively close to the coast. So you also don't want to like a big transition really quickly can cause some weirdness on your cigar, like I mentioned, blowing up or contracting and getting real tight. So I mean, you can get super nerdy on it, but for the most part, as long as you keep them properly humidified, you're going to be okay for the most part.
Yeah. Ethan's right. Yep. You're in good shape.
Vic, is it getting cold by you?
Yeah.
It's
Not as
54
cold
out
as
here
it's
right
over
now.
there with you guys.
I'm down under 45. That's why I'm in the garage. I'm like,
Yeah, 54.
damn. It's November.
So yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
cut, guys.
Here.
I got an
I'm in the
early day.
All right, Vic.
Vic, be well.
See you guys. I'm
Good
gonna
Good
night, buddy.
See you soon.
Here's
Cheers.
Vic.
So,
So
Big
Dan, what's
Cat,
going on with the Bull Run?
huh?
Figure that. The Bull Run pick.
I
Ever get in touch with
got.
them?
I started to send an email to them and see. That probably won't be until probably summertime.
Perfect.
Yeah, if anything, it'll probably be around summertime. So, I know that I've emailed New Holland, but they haven't sent anything back yet. So, I got to see if I can get a new contact out there because Evernorth is a green light, so we're good with that. But New Holland, I preferably try to do two, but like I said, they haven't responded back yet. So I don't know if I have to email somebody else or what, but so that'll probably be in like May sometime, and then possibly doing the bull run maybe, I don't know, maybe mid to late July, maybe August. I'm not, who knows, but probably more towards summer. But I do have a contact out there. I have some contact information for someone, so just gotta get the okay on it. That's it.
All right.
But I know that was something that people really wanted to do was a bull run, so that was kind of up there, So yeah, so February is looking like Green River and Pursuit.
Good calls.
Yeah, and then May is Evernorth, and hopefully New Holland. That way, they're both right there. And then summertime, probably the bull run. Josh Fritz says,
Good time to be. Summertime's awesome here.
Yeah, I love the Northwest, man. I've been to Oregon a couple times, and it's wonderful, man. It's beautiful out there. This was years back though. I went to an invite only Muay Thai camp out there, and at a place called Camp Wilkerson.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
Up
that's
above Vernonia. It's still around.
yeah. I'm pretty sure it's in Oregon. I mean, I'm 99% certain it's still in Oregon. I just remember going up this mountain. Going up this mountain. Yeah. You got some weird. I remember the weirdest shit driving up through there, though, man. Like, we would drive up. we basically drove up every day from where we stayed, and like you get to a certain part of the mountain, and all of a sudden you see a whole bunch of tarps like lined up in the woods to where you can't see in. Like,
There's a reason for that.
like,
I wonder what was going on there.
I don't know. There's something going on there, but
Yeah, you better carry if you're going to be wandering around in those areas.
yeah. I mean, it was up there, man. And I don't
Wait.
know.
Dan's in Baltimore. He's okay. He can handle it.
Yeah. It's probably missed some militias or something. Who knows? Who knows what it was? But obviously we didn't stop to figure it out. So.
Well,
But,
a lot of those areas up there that are like that, they shoot first and ask questions
yeah,
afterwards.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's at a, like I said, it was at a place called Camp Wilkerson, and it was I forget what you call it. It was a 3-sided building that faced out. What do you call that? Some of the A.
Like an amphitheater type thing.
Almost, yeah, something like that. And then they called it the Field of Screams. That that it faced out into, and it was kind of like this hill that kind of went down, and some great Muay Thai training out there, man. It was for people from all over the world used to go out there. It was great.
Oh, Muay Thai, they're sick.
Yeah,
Crazy.
dude. I mean, I did it for years, man. I got tons of pictures and all that stuff. And it was awesome.
Oh wow!
So-
You did that. You did Muay Thai.
I
Wow.
did it for years, man.
So 2 things real quick. So Camp Wilkerson, if it's what I'm finding, it looks like it's up in Rainier, Oregon.
Yeah.
So-
So the building, you'll see it. The building has like 3 sides, and it's facing out, like the.
Yeah, it's up above Vernonia, Ethan.
Yeah.
In that region, up by not too far from where I live. I mean,
Just you can type in
Adirondacks.
Thank you, Adirondack.
Yep.
Thank you. Type in Northwest Pacific Muay Thai Camp. Northwest Pacific Muay Thai Camp. That's what I did out there.
Yeah. Adirondacks. That's what they're called.
Yes, thank you. Yeah,
and that
I
was
knew.
thanks to Google and the and Columbia County Oregon.gov. But so Josh Fritz had asked about the Arctic Spirit with the cigar. It is great with this cigar. I don't know how it would be with most cigars. This cigar is getting almost fruity for me at the very end, like stone fruits and dates, and it's really crazy. It's delicious.
Wow.
But it's pairing really well with the Arctic Spirit for that same reason. This is like the Arctic Spirit has a lot of fruitiness to it, a lot of like dark, sweet stone fruits.
But also this guy.
And it's paired. Well, yeah, it paired well with the Jack Single Bar Rye as well.
Oh, is that peaches?
Game over.
Okay.
I'm sure it would pair well with peaches. We just don't have peaches up here.
So this is smoking it down to the nub.
Damn.
Which one is that one, Ed?
This was a Melanio V.
Oh.
Yeah. It was a Robusto size, so yeah, just for a second when the shorty is a little.
Yeah, I remember. So Ed,
I'm still working on mine to the nub. Not quite.
I
there
think
yet.
when we went out to Oregon, we stayed in. So I'm pretty sure where we stayed, like where we slept, was somewhere near Washington. But then we drove to.
Oh yeah, so you're on the other side of the hill and driving across.
Yeah, because I'm 90% sure we stayed in Seattle, or not Seattle, in Washington, but then drove up to Camp Wilkerson, up the mountain. But
maybe near Goldendale or Vancouver.
Vancouver,
I've been to Vancouver. I love Vancouver, man. Vancouver. So I think I talked about this on a live one time. So when we were out in Vancouver, we stayed right by the river, and they used to send logs down there.
Yep.
Yeah, and I remember there was a restaurant right next to where we stayed, and it was the only place I have ever seen in my life that offered a steak with a cool blue center. ever. I've never seen it anywhere else. Swear to God, Cool Blue Center. Yeah. So that's like above rare.
Never heard of that.
That's just basically throwing a lighter underneath it. For
Pretty much, yeah. Just light the bottom, light the other side.
Yep.
Throw it on the plate. Yeah, it's the only restaurant I ever saw with Cool Blue Center. But those times are great, man. That's probably the second most fit I've ever been in my life was when I was doing Muay Thai out there.
I can see that.
Those camps were, again, it was done through the Thai Boxing Association of the United States, but it was an invite-only camp. So you got people from all over the world, all these fighters and stuff that go out there and just train in these little circuits on the Field of Screams. It's amazing. And I mean, there's guys that used to do oh God, what is that called? Oh God. It's the martial art where you kind of like, it's almost like breakdancing. Capoeira,
the Brazilian one.
Yeah,
capoeira.
There's a guy named Clarell Pope, and he used to do that kind of stuff out there. I have so many pictures from out there, man. But it was great. It just, like I say, if you Google Northwest Pacific Muay Thai camp, it'll come up with that. And that's, they trained out there for a while, and then they had to move. There was a place, I don't remember the name of it, where it was originally held, and it was Silver something.
Silver Falls.
Maybe it was Silver Falls. It may have been Silver Falls. That rings a bell. I was never out at Silver Falls, but then they moved it to Camp Wilkerson, and that's when I went out there. But man, I mean, so the guy who this guy named Ajahn Chai Sirasut, who runs the Muay Thai camp, he's obviously from Thailand, but he brings his family there, and they all cook like authentic Thai food. And like, as you're out doing your circuits out in the Field of Screams, like as they're cooking it, you kind of smell it as it kind of goes down the hill, and it's just like it was just such an amazing experience, man. And like, just some of the best trainers in the world. I mean, this guy Greg Nelson used to train Brock Lesnar and Sean Shirt. Professor Leonard Trigg used to be a boxing a heavyweight boxer. Like, he used to teach boxing out there and all that kind of stuff. And it was such an amazing time to go out there and train in that for years, man. I did it for like 9 years.
Wow.
Yeah, it was amazing. I have tons of pictures from when we were out there, but
it's crazy.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was such a good time, man.
I know. I love the Pacific Northwest.
Beautiful.
Granted, some of the people in the Seattle area are not my taste, but the country up there is fantastic. It was hard to leave the Northwest. It was not hard to leave Microsoft in Seattle.
That's an understatement.
This 1845 is super fruity on the nose. I have never.
Interesting.
It's so pronounced that I've never smelled like that much fruit off a whiskey before. But it doesn't taste. I mean, it tastes sweet, but it doesn't the nose doesn't translate to the palate other than the sweetness of it. Because I picked up more malty flavors on the palate, but it's pretty damn good. Pretty easy sipping too. I could see this one. If you're not careful, you can get yourself messed up in a hurry.
Oh, that's the issue. Sometimes when you're with cigars, you don't realize what you're drinking. They compare really well, and
and just keep going.
Yeah,
they do.
Yeah,
they mellow it, and it's.
You just have to know November 19th, 1 year since my mom passed away. Just poured a small nip of the 1974 Virginia Gentleman. Yeah, you are very welcome, my friend. I told you, I told you I'd get you that sample, man. So I got it from the guy Mark I was telling you about. So.
And 6 or 7 minutes, and I'm going to pour for your mom.
Yep, absolutely. I'll have one.
Hopefully,
I'll have one more.
sounds like she had a good life.
So guys, I do want to tell you. So this is the last time I'll talk about the Muay Thai camp. But if anybody ever does any kind of research into it, so like I said, the guy Ajahn Chai. So when he came here from Thailand and brought Muay Thai over here into the Olympics. If you read up on his story, he actually ran into like the Hells Angels at a concert, and like they gave him a hard time, and like he fucked a couple of them up, and like ever since that point, like they were really cool. So he would start to train some of the Hells Angels and some other people in hand-to-hand combat. But one of his best friends is a guy named Dan Inosanto, and I don't know if you know who Dan Inosanto is, but if you look up Dan Inosanto and Bruce Lee, he was one of Bruce Lee's best friends. Like he's been, I swear to you, I have pictures with him. I'm telling you, I swear to God, his name's Dan Inosanto. He's out in California. I think something Del Rey. I can't remember what it is, but not Mana Del Rey or. But if you look up Dan Inosanto, he would go out to camp with Ajahn Chai, and they would both teach each other the different martial arts. So Dan Inosanto would teach him Kali Silat, which is like stick and knife fighting, whereas Ajahn Chai would teach Muay Thai, and they were best friends. But if you go and look up Dan Inosanto and Bruce Lee, best friends. He took over the Jeet Kune Do that Bruce Lee created and ran and basically took, like, that was his number one student, and he took off on that. And that's what he still teaches to this day at like 86 years old. Swear to God. True story. Wow. Yeah. Yep. And he's been in a couple different movies. One was Steven Seagal, where he was the guy at the pool table and broke the stick and was fighting with the sticks. Forget what the movie's called, but that was him.
Above the Law?
It may have been Above the Law, but if you look up Dan Inosanto, you'll see who I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I literally have a picture.
There's a guy
with
who broke
him,
the pool thing right over his head. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, a true living legend of martial arts. That man right there, and he's still going at 80 some years old.
I don't know a ton about Muay Thai. My son been getting into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu the last 2 years. One of the things he did say though is he goes, "Hey, I don't know where we were talking about McGregor one time and all this," and he was like Googling this. He goes, "You should see the respect these guys have when they fight. You will never see anything like that in Muay Thai." And he was seeing some of the nastiest fights, and they are so super. Just it might be a cultural thing, I don't know, but there's never any of that shit talk or anything. It's just an incredible amount of respect for your opponent.
Bill Scott says that's cool. I remember it. I swear to you, man. I'm telling you. Next time I go live, I'll bring a picture with me. I'm so young in the picture. I think this was post everything. This was 2007, 2008 when I went out to camp.
And I was in my 40s. I was a young guy then.
He was. I swear to God, man, I'm telling you, one of the living legends of martial arts. Swear to God. I'll show you a picture. I have it. Loved it, man. It was just such an amazing experience to meet people.
Something that's going to be with you for your entire life is those experiences, which is beautiful. You know?
It is. It was so memorable, man. I mean, and those guys, like. I mean, I know we're live, but like those guys have trained. So there's a guy named Frank Cucci, right? Cucci, Frank Cucci, and Pat. Oh God, what's his name? Pat. So what the hell's his name? Oh my God, I can't remember his last name. Pat something. I can't remember his last name. They were development groups, hand-to-hand combat instructors. Like, Swear to God, like you can't even make that. You can't even make this shit up. Like it's unreal, man. So if you look up those guys, Frank Cucci, Pat, what the hell was his last name? He runs a martial arts place called the Trident Academy of Martial Arts in Woodbridge, Virginia. Patrick Trey, and Frank Cucci. They were both development group SEAL team members, and then they were their hand-to-hand combat instructors, and they learned from Ajahn Chai and they learned from Dan Inosanto.
Dang.
So if you see where some of the lineage kind of trends, that's where they got their exposure from.
Wow.
Yeah, it was wild, man. To think about, like, they train like hardcore
Baddest men on the
people like
planet.
that. Yeah.
Literally, those are the baddest men on the planet.
Yeah. I promise you, man. Look them up. So Frank Cucci, he has, I don't know if he still does, but he had an academy called the Lynx Academy of Martial Arts, and then Pat Trey has the Trident Academy of Martial Arts in Woodbridge, Virginia. And both those guys are just fantastic, man.
Jigs. Cheers, my friend.
What's up, Jigs?
Hope you are well, my friend.
All right, guys, I'm going to dip out. You guys have a great week.
Too.
Ed, thanks for hopping on, brother.
Thanks, man. We'll see
Be
you
well,
guys.
Ed. We'll talk soon.
Yeah. Yep. I'm going to head out as well. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah.
All right, EJ. See you, buddy.
Terry J.
Later, DJ.
Got a little bit more on this guy.
Yeah, I've got maybe 10 minutes left on mine.
Hi, bossy.
We're about the same spot.
Yep.
And that's what the fat
Good
lady
shot.
said.
Cheers, buddy.
The
Cheers to
garden up
you.
is at the
Cheers
end.
to your mom, man. Love you, buddy.
Yeah, almost there.
Boss lady decided to show up tonight.
Richie says, Dan, it's awesome. My mom turned 86 a couple months ago. Wow. It's a long life, man.
Oh, yeah.
That is a long ass life, buddy.
Somebody says if I get to 86, I'm going to take that right there. As long as it's a solid 80. I'm taking it.
Yep.
Sad part is that's not even 30 years. That's in the 20s for me, and I'm taking it.
That's funny.
Shoot, I'll take it. 86. Yeah.
I'll be happy to get to 76 with my jeans.
Josh Frisk says, Turks, what Evernorths do you all have?
So we actually have a few. We have Bourbon Batch 2. Bourbon Batch 2. Rye Batch 1.
I think so.
Or Rye Batch 2, I forget. The ones from the first or second Pours in the Park release. We have Night Stalker. We have Dara's Pick. We have American 4. We have Night Stalker 3.
Damn.
And then Bourbon Jerk assisted giving us the Arctic Spirit and Bourbon 8 recently. So,
Mr. Mom, cheers. Good to see you.
Yeah, cheers, Mr. Mom.
Take 86 anytime. Damn right. You know, as long as I'm not like stuck in a wheelchair, you know, with a catheter and a feeding tube.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Like
put me out of my misery at that point, man. You know, I've lived my life, dude. At that age, if I'm in a wheelchair, I'm done. Just
you know what?
Smoke me, man.
Here's one you'll like. I was just last year. I went into a gondola, and there was a guy. He was 83 years old, and he was skiing. You know, I was talking to that guy, and he's like, "Yeah, I just take it easy." And you know, he's more like a good dog. And this was at like 2:30. He was there since 9. He was skiing for like 6.5 hours, and he's like, "No, just keep going." You know, he's not doing bumps or anything, but the guy was participating.
Yeah,
that's what I want to be. I don't care if it's a green or bunny trail. You know, give me 80s and just enjoying the scenery and being out there. I'm in. You know,
that's what it's about, man. Bill Scott. So I didn't I didn't really call what my whiskey of the year was. I did have some contenders, but I'm still reviewing some stuff.
You got a month and a half.
Yeah, just to kind of recap some of them. So, in no particular order, Green River Foolproof, definitely up there. Flavor, price. I love the Elijah Craig C924. I think it's absolutely fantastic. The Remus Highest Rye 6-year.
That's a good bottle for the price. That's
Disco
really
12, Russell's 15.
Yep. That's
I really love this Raconteur Rye. Batch number 2, that's really good. The Kelvin Collab number 6, that's really good. Smoke Eye Hill was really good. There's a K Luke or 2 that's in the mix. I think this Wild Turkey 70th needs to be talked about.
it's good.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I'm at right now with some of that stuff. So,
Dan, have you had a chance to try that Murray Hill, the special edition?
I think I may have tried it at that meetup, the Mash and Journey meetup, but I had so much whiskey already.
Yeah. So you tried it, but it was under adverse conditions.
Yes, because somebody had it.
Yes, somebody did have it. They poured it for me too.
Yeah, I had so much that I couldn't really enjoy it to where the way I wanted to enjoy it, unfortunately. But I do remember liking it. But again, I had whiskey and I think I had a cigar at that point too. So at that point,
would change your palate on it. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know how good that would be with a cigar. I think it's good, but it's not like incredible with a cigar.
Yeah.
Very sweet.
Josh Fritz said, nice selection. Have you guys tried the Bourbon 8? It's a hitter, but most of their stuff is. I might be a little biased.
So we just got the Bourbon 8 before we went down to Louisiana, and we're waiting for Adam to crack that one open.
Yeah.
Because Adam's a huge Evernorth person.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, guys. So hopefully,
Russell's is hard to beat. Yes.
Russell's 15 is going to be very hard to beat, man. I'll be honest with you.
I only have a sample of it, but I did get a good chance to really enjoy it. And it's
what was I just going to say?
With the Evernorth stuff.
Yeah, so I'm hoping someone from New Holland replies back because the guy that I emailed him 5 days ago and I haven't got a response. But that's who Franchi told me to email. So, I mean, if nobody responds back by the time to kind of set things up, I mean, I don't know what else is in Michigan. Is Driftless up there?
It's in Wisconsin. It's not too far away from there, but
4 hours.
Yeah, that's a drive. That's a drive.
Traverse City.
Okay. I guess that could be another option. Like I said, unless I can get another contact, but that's the one that Franchi gave me was that guy. So, but he just hasn't responded. But,
I mean, at that point, we're also not that far from Backbone.
And Backbone has some hitters.
Wait, really?
Probably 4-ish hours, 3-4 hours. Maybe a little bit.
How far would it be from Backbone to your guys' place?
6.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, the good thing is we still have time for that.
Exactly.
February. Yeah, February's set. February is a done deal. Only thing we're kind of working out for February is, I think only Jeff is going. I don't think Darrell or Kelsey is going. So that's that piece. But Jake is a Pingree pick. Where's
Pingree is in Michigan as well.
Michigan.
But I don't know if they have any whatchamacallit.
MGP?
MGP left.
Yeah, I think all that's probably go on at this point.
So where's that again?
Midland.
Anyway, guys, it is 12 o'clock. I am going to hop off this live, go backstage, but I do want to thank you guys for sticking around. I know it's been a long live. It's been over 4 hours, but I appreciate you guys. Love tonight. This is a blast. Maybe I'll do a cigar next Monday night too. We'll see. But I love you all. Cheers to you guys, and we will see you guys next Monday night, y'all. Cheers.
Cheers, everyone.
Cheers,
Thanks,
everybody.
Dan.